Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 here from Charlotte. We are live on NWALegends.com and the social medias. Welcome in as day 3, as a fantastic day yesterday for Disco Inferno and Doug Dillinger. We are starting off today here with Brad and Bryant Anderson, as they are over in the photo op area momentarily. They'll be coming over to join us here on the stream. On the screen there, you can see 8x10s for both of them that are available on the website, NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, you can see all the options for who we have today: Brad and Bryant, Firebreaker Chip, and Zan Panzer will be our guests throughout the day today. Free shipping in the United States if you order on the website will go out this week. NWALegends.com. And here we go to have a good third day here in Charlotte. As you can see on the lower left-hand side of the screen, as you can see the photo op area directly here in front of us, as things are starting to move today. Come on. Come on over, gentlemen. Got a microphone right there for you guys. You'll have to hold it up close here to talk. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
How are we this morning?
Doing well.
Good. Welcome, Charlotte. Welcome over here. So I guess, first of all, to our live stream, introduce yourselves, gentlemen. The mic's there if you guys want to pick it up and pass it between there. Please.
Hey, everybody, it's Brad Anderson. This is such an honor to be here. It's amazing, the fans. Looking forward to meeting them. I just got here. It's a little bit overwhelming, but I'm excited to be here and spend time and talk to the fans.
Absolutely. Right.
Hey, this is Brian Anderson. I will echo exactly what Brad said. It is a little bit overwhelming that there's so many people still today who have so much interest in what happened back then. So I'm excited to see people and have a good,
Yeah. The history of the business is still not lost, even on the newer generation. You see it a lot. The newer generation really delving into the archives, of how we got to this point within the business. So I guess let's do this. Let's just start at the beginning. Talk about your, how did it all begin? Getting into the business. Let's do a little bit of retrohistorical history here.
My dad, he was in the business before I was born, and so I watched him all my life growing up and always just thought, well, I wanted to try to be like him.
Mm-hmm.
I echo that too. That's all I knew. I didn't even realize how strange of a lifestyle it was compared to other people. And yeah, I grew up like they were my idols. And yeah, I started off going to my dad's wrestling camp when I was like 17 years old.
Yeah.
And him and Nelson Royal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Started out right when it was a bad time in the business when it was sold to Ted Turner, but
Yeah.
But that's how it all got started.
Now, you hear a lot growing up that, at least from some like second or third generation talent, that their parents definitely tried to dissuade them, shall we say, from getting into the business. Was that the case at any point for either of you?
Absolutely not for me. I literally, Dad groomed me from ever since I can remember, going down to wrestle Don Cornoodle at the Park Center in the early 70s. And whenever some of the boys would come in town, yeah, he would have me wrestling them, or they would be teaching me stuff at 10, 11, 12 years old. So yeah, he definitely wanted me in the business.
I don't think, my father tried to push me away from it at all. In fact, when I was ready to get started, he was, my biggest advocate. I think the mistake maybe in some sense for me was that I really felt like, and he pushed amateur wrestling on me.
Okay.
So I spent all 4 years of high school and then 4 years of college in amateur wrestling, which I think made the transition even maybe a little harder in some respects. I can look back at matches of mine today, and I'm pretty satisfied because you can't see through very much of anything. And that's something that, I look for in the business. I can watch old TV matches with Dad sometimes, and, I've seen some that I'm pretty damn sure are 100% a shoot. There's not a bump or a spot. There's just him grinding some poor guy's face in the mat.
Do you feel that having the amateur background gave you that an even better foundation coming into the business? So like you said, like you didn't find a whole lot of holes, because not everyone takes the path of going into amateur wrestling prior to getting into professional wrestling. So do you feel that gave you a better, I guess, more of a better leg up when it came to learning the foundation?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I mean, I can get on the mat and look pretty good, but nobody ever showed me how to throw a punch.
Okay. So
Yes,
sorry about that.
for me, absolutely it did. Because I mean, I know I was raised in a time where you had to have a shooting background to make it, because you were going to get tried in the ring.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of the really good shooters had trouble transitioning to it being what it is.
Do you feel that it gave you a better foundation though when it came to when starting off from the base, like you said, like no holes in the work in the
Yes. My dad never taught me how to throw a punch. I had to learn on my own. I mean, one bad punch makes the match look like it's fake, so it was forearms and, that I had to learn that on my own. So.
You guys have a photo op behind you here. You got a photo op over there. You gotta just set it there and head over, and then when you're done, come on back. So just getting started here. I understand completely. So just getting started, as you can see, Brad and Brian are signing their 8x10s here on screen. You have the opportunity to get it over at NWALegends.com on the left-hand side. These 8x10s, along with the other 8x10s of the guests that they'll be here for today, along with the FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic turnbuckles, all available on the website, NWALegends.com. Get your order in. You can get it personalized today with free shipping inside the domestic United States to go out this week. As we are just getting started here with our conversation with Brad and Bryant Anderson. Wrestling lineage history here at the NWA Legends booth here in Charlotte. Right.
Anyway, where were we?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a lot of as we're kind of going back and forth today. Let's see, he's got stuff to sign
All
here.
right.
George.
Tim, get in.
Please. Please. Here you go, gentlemen.
Gotta make your name legible. Here you go.
About when it came time to start, when it came time when officially like got into the wrestling business, was it recommendations as to where to go, or were your fathers saying we're going to train you personally? How did those conversations take place, and how did it happen?
For myself, when I finished up in '93, I graduated from college in the summer of '93, and pretty much the next day, because Dad was working at the time with WCW, I was down at that first iteration of the power plant, which is not the best place in hindsight to have tried to learn how to do anything. But that's where I was at, and I think my father showed me how to lock up.
Okay.
After that, I was thrown to the rest of the wolves.
Yeah. That's bring it up a little closer to your mouth so our audio picks up, please.
I started out at the wrestling school my dad, Nelson Royal, had. And I used to go up there and just watch because I was 14, 15 years old. But my dad actually had Nelson train me more, just because, at that age, you don't want to listen to what your dad says.
Understandable.
So Nelly trained me the most, but then Dad would say, hey, that looked like shit, do it this way. So I did and unfortunately, right when I got in business in '88, all the territories were closed. So it was very hard.
Yeah.
I did go to a few, but I started off under a hood, Agent Steel, to get some experience doing jobs for WCW or Jim Crockett at the time.
So let's talk power plants. So talk about the experience with the power plants. Given that you have the history with the family, did it differ for you comparative to others?
No, I don't think that it differed for me at all. We all went through the same BS down there routine. It was really very, very unstructured at the time. I know when I went down there, probably 99 or 2000, right before the end, I was talking to Paul Orndorff about maybe coming back a little bit. It was a very different world, it looked like, a lot more of an organized, structured thing. We were busy just going down there, rolling around every once in a while. My father was there eventually. He could show you some details on some things. Some of the guys that were working on the TV would come down once in a while, show us a few things. I remember Steve Regal, I guess he's William Regal now, was a guy who showed me a lot at that time. And I could watch my dad. My dad showed us how to work a comeback one time. We're all on the apron of the ring, just like I'm leaning against this table now. He got one of the kids in there, and he called, a match. I mean, when I'm 5 feet away, I can't tell he's calling the damn thing. It was just, none of us were anywhere close to being able to achieve that kind of thing. So it was a place to be. I honestly had my best time in wrestling probably when I worked for Jim Cornette in Smoky Mountain one time for a few months.
We can talk.
I think that was the closest to a territory experience.
Yeah, it really still at that point in the early '90s, Smoky Mountain definitely felt like a territory at that point. So how did it go from being in the power plant in the early '90s? Was it just okay? Well, I'm done here, and then the opportunity came from Jim to explain how that transition of the process going from power plant into Smoky Mountain.
Well, I think at WCW, well, I've got some old booking sheets where I went on a few loops, and the guys in the power plant weren't even doing that at that point for the most part. But I say at the old booking sheets, and I can look at myself as the opening match heel, and then the next night the opening match heel is Terra Rising. So I guess things worked out better for him.
Yeah. So,
but I got my letter in the mail one day. I got my FedEx. You're done.
Okay.
I don't know if that was more to do with heat between my father and Eric, who got let go right after that. I really don't know. I just don't think they had any plans for me at the time, and the business was a mess there at the time.
Understand.
So I worked a few indie shows. Crockett tried to come back at one point. We did TVs.
Yeah, for that World Wrestling Network.
Yeah,
I think was the iteration there.
Yeah,
very briefly.
I think I tagged with Tully on those TVs, but I also hauled the ring up from Jody Hamilton's backyard in Jonesboro, took the ring back down, worked 4 TVs, did interviews in the afternoon, and felt like I was going to be dead by the end of the day. Then drove 100 miles home.
Okay, all right.
Good times. I really want to be in that business.
Absolutely. So you, Brad, you had a little bit of a different journey, at least from what I understand. So so after '88, after you know, Crockett got bought out by Turner, were there any plans for you to stay there, or how did your journey go as things were essentially kind of being consolidated with that whole transition period?
Well, I did about 6 months into the business.
Yep.
I went to Calgary and worked for Stu.
How was that experience? There's not many people you know that, especially in those later years, because it felt like he was kind of winding down there. So actually, go into that process.
Business was bad. Chris Benoit was there when I was there.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but he was a great guy to me when we were there. The trips were horrifying. They were so long.
I've heard, you're not the only person I've heard say that over the years. Those long tours that Stu would have set up, going, whether, you know, basing out of Calgary, and then whether it was going further into eastern, you know, Alberta, or going way up north towards the territories. So
yeah, I was 18 years old, and yeah, they were brutal. They would put us in like a church van and have the heels in one, the faces in the other.
Yeah.
I didn't last there long. I was, then I came back, started doing jobs again, went to Alabama, worked there. It was so hard to make a living though. I mean, you're getting $40 a night and traveling all over. Came back again, went to Portland, which I was there for, but you could make a little bit to survive off of. That was a great experience. Met some great people there. Fractured my spine, came back, tried to let it heal, but went to Puerto Rico, which was the most miserable experience in my life.
Let's pause there. You got a photo off, and then we'll pick that up with Puerto Rico. So as you guys can see, as we're having our conversation here with Brad and Brian Anderson, on the screen there, you can see Brad and Brian signing their 8x10s. Those are available on the website, NWALegends.com, on the left-hand side. Free domestic shipping here in the United States. They'll go out next week. You have the 8x10s of everybody that's available for today, along with the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, FanFest Legends DVD set, all available on the website, NWALegends.com. I find it interesting for Brad to say to talk about Calgary and that trip. Especially at that time in the late '80s there, with things moving. Obviously, you know, one of those revivals of Calgary. Well, so
Correct.
what was it like down there? Because there are stories out there about you know, it changing for Americans going down there post what happened with Brody. So kind of go into that a little bit. Talk about the experience in Puerto Rico at that time.
It never came up. My first booking was in the building that he was killed in, the baseball stadium. And And I just remember being in that dressing room and was like, oh my God. But
Pause. You got a photo op. Yep. It's gonna be like that. So no, you're fine. It's all good. It's doing their you get your
so my first booking was in the baseball stadium that it was killed in. I didn't know that till halfway the time I was there. But it was never talked about. It was just a miserable place. The Puerto Ricans hate Americans. I mean, it was so dangerous down there. Just walking down the street, and they put the strap on me, the junior Caribbean, whatever, like the first week, and me and Ricky Santana had just brutal matches there, and I did a 3 month contract, and I was a weekend, and I was like, I'm not coming back. I'm not doing this one. So, but no, it was never heard of. I did work with Invader, the alleged killer, and I hated working with him. He had a horrible finish. That heart punch was awful. But anyway, it was miserable.
We'll go back over here. See here, Bryant. So I know we're a little bit different timelines here. So talk about the start in Smoky Mountain, how it came to be, and
I honestly don't remember if my dad called Jim up or what, but Jim was about the only place in town, running, that I could, drive back and forth to. So I remember going to meet Jim, I think in Marietta, talked to him for a little bit and said, yeah, we'll get you started next month. We shot those little promos that got Dad fired. We went down to the power plant. My dad's like, Jim said something, but my dad said, I don't care. So Cornette came down to the power plant. That was version 2, I believe. And we did some promos out in the parking lot. We were there for maybe 20 minutes, it seems like. And all of a sudden, Eric Bischoff rolls up for the first time in history. And Ole, come on in here. I need to talk to you. So that was his notice, basically. Never knew for sure who ratted that out, but probably Dallas Page. But I don't say that with really any ill will to Dallas. I liked Dallas. He was a hell of a nice guy and the most energetic son of a bitch you ever met. He was one of the only guys that was working he came to that gym pretty much every day. He would do his 5 million crunches. He would work on this, that, and the other thing. He would go out with us. One of our primary activities at the power plant was to see what was the cheapest all-you-could-eat lunch buffet we could find. And I'm talking about places where we would laugh about pulling the bread ties out of our food, and you know, it was a mess. But anyway, so I started working for him. I think the first thing we did was 4 hours of TV. Morristown, maybe. Nah, I think that's the first place I worked. He put me with Terry. What's his name? Tracy Smothers. I'm getting like my father, mixing names up. Anyway, worked with Tracy. Did a little program for 4 or 5 months. Good times. I was there. I got to see Boo Bradley, who later became Balls Mahoney. The Gangsters were there then. One of the reasons my wife still doesn't like wrestling, I think, is because New Jack would refer to her as Bryant's wife. Hey, Bryant wife, come over here. It was a good time, though. Like I said, I think it was the closest I came to work in a real territory. The sad thing for me looking back is that, look at the people I was with. Jack is dead. Chris Candido is dead. Tracy is dead. Tammy is in prison. You know, my wife and Tammy would always talk because they're the only girls there. Tammy was actually going to school at the time. Never could have foreseen.
Pause. You got a photo op. Okay. Got a photo op behind you.
Got right along.
Yep. Hey. Brad and Bryant. Yep. While Brad and Bryant are on their way over to do their photo op here, guys, as you see, they're signing 8x10s here. The 8x10s are available on the website, NWALegends.com, on the left-hand side, along with the fantastic DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available on the website. Free shipping within the United States. This is coming in if you order. And if you order while they're here, they will personalize it for you, all on the website, NWALegends.com.
He was running usually 3 or 4 days a week at that point. So I actually had another job sometimes. So I was busy as heck at the time. But, you know, I remember things like Fleming Neon, Kentucky, I think it was. Anyway, they gave me the sheet for the week coming up. And I thought they were ribbing me when I looked at some of the names on there. But no, they were not. So you get your map out and you find the one road to get in or out of this little town. And, you know, some of those towns did really pretty well. I guess the folks didn't have a whole lot else to do.
Did it feel like did you feel like in the early days of it that it would be something that you think you would do long term in terms of staying with Smoky Mountain? Because it was one of the first attempts at really still having a territory-based system at that point in the 90s.
I think I saw the writing on the wall, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I didn't like the direction that the business was going. You know, looking at our fathers and the way that they worked, you know, it was all about making people think what they were doing was the real thing. It wasn't about, you know, doing flips and all these crazy acrobatic maneuvers that were starting to become more normal. Just a few years later, the hardcore stuff would happen. And
Perfect. As Bryant over there, you can see here, they have the photo op there available for 8x10s available on the website, NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, free shipping within the domestic United States. Now,
it was just, it was time to be going home, I think, after a while. I had some friends there. I think the only effort I made to work after that, I talked to Dory Funk one time about maybe getting a run in Japan. And to be honest, I think the reason I never proceeded with that was because whoever I talked to up in Smoky Mountain about getting a tape that I could send to Dory never sent me a tape. And the next thing you know, a couple months later, I moved to Minnesota and forgot all about wrestling. I didn't watch it. I didn't think about it at all. It was years later. Well, you know, my father had the book out. When was that? 20-something years ago. And I remember asking him if I could get a copy, and he said, yeah, for $20. So I never had his own book until years later. I got it off Scott Teal. But, you know, it was not the same business that I grew up watching, in my opinion. And I just felt like I needed to focus on other things.
okay. So, Brad, we'll switch over here, Brad. So, we'll talk about what happened after Puerto Rico.
I came back. When I went to Puerto Rico, my back had already been fractured from Portland, and you know, as much as I hated Puerto Rico, I just couldn't do that, and so I might have done a few TVs, but I had to take time off to let it heal, and I actually quit the business for a little while and went and got a cosmetology license and was cutting hair and opened a hair salon in Charlotte. So. And then I kind of got in shape after about 4 or 5 years, and then started working again. So, yeah.
What was it like after having the time away? Talk about coming back in the business at that time when you were coming back.
God, it had changed so much. I was doing a lot of independent shows. There was a guy out of Charlotte that had bought the Mid-Atlantic name. He was running about twice a week. I was working for him. I was picking up some indie shows. I had a tryout, a dark match with WWE in '99. It was awful. I got my ribs broken by Jacqueline. She was Meat's valet, and I laid my body out for her, and she destroyed my ribs, and so that pretty much shit canned that opportunity. And after that, I kind of just ducked out, but would still do some independent shows.
Let's backtrack a little bit here. See here. You know, talk about your father's career. Talk in terms of their career, along with, you know, you growing up, and, you know, the dynamics, just kind of the story from the beginning.
Well, he settled in Charlotte, and that was where I met Bryant. And we were both just talking about, like, we were the only families around each other. Like, I didn't know any other families or kids. And, like, But Dad used to take me on the road a lot when I was little, and I'd sit in the back seat and just listen to the stories of his dad and my dad. And sometimes they would let Tommy Young ride with us, and his dad would give Tommy Young hell. It was so funny. Um, but yeah, I got to just take in a lot of stuff. I remember they had so much heat one time in Atlanta. We were leaving, and a car literally rammed us. Just they were so mad at the heat they had caused. I mean, and of course everybody knows the story where Ole got stabbed, but um, yeah, it was obviously such a different lifestyle, but I didn't think it was different to me. I mean, that's just what I knew. So yeah, I mean, it did keep me in private school for a long time because of, you know, I mean, the heat they had, and didn't want me to be a target from people because, yeah, we would be out in public and people would holler stuff. And at first, I didn't even get it, you know, being young. But yeah, I had the good fortune of traveling a lot with Dad and being able to listen to the stories being told.
And I'll say kind of the opposite. I did not travel very often with my dad. And when I did, I would usually be kind of protected from what was going on. I mean, I remember one time I was left in the dressing room. Somebody was keeping an eye on me. I don't know. But I'm probably 5 years old. And Wahoo came in from a match, sweating, huffing and puffing. He looks at me and he says, "Who is that?" And they told him, he goes, "Well, I don't like little white boys. I only like little Indian boys." I was just shaking in my shoes. What the heck?
Was he red?
I don't know. I was 5 years old. But Brad just mentioned Dad getting stabbed and, you know, not knowing your life is a little bit different. I can remember that still pretty well, too. And I think, 5 years old. Wasn't that 76? I think. I remember it because my mother was pregnant. My grandmother was staying with us because she always came to keep an eye on the younger kids while my mother dealt with having a new baby. I woke up in the morning. I walked into our little breakfast kitchen area. My grandma stops me. She said, "Brian, I don't want you to bother your dad too much today. He's feeling sick." Okay. Well, my dad was standing over in the corner. We had one of those old wall-mounted telephones. My dad was always on the damn telephone. And I look at my dad. He's got one arm in a cast with his thumb sticking up. You know, they cut the ligaments or tendons or whatever to his thumb that night. And he's got just these gory, bloody bandages and stitches going, you know, from his collarbone down to his belly button. And I'm thinking, Grandma, I'm 5 years old, and I know that's not what sick looks like. What the hell? But, yeah, so he went to work right after that. He had that cast all broken up. I remember two more things about it. One was he went out, he was by our grill outside. He got a hacksaw blade, and he sawed that busted up cast off. And I remember him trying to hold his thumb at the same angle as the cast and tape it back together, which, needless to say, never worked right.
So that one, real quick, we'll pause for a second. We'll sign that one. This is for Dalen Deal of Rock Hill, South Carolina. If you just want to sign it.
Can we see?
No personalization or anything. That's just who it is. It's a mail order. So for Dalen Deal of Rock Hill, South Carolina. That's one of them. Then Dalen will get you your other one here. So, all right, so keep going.
Yeah, so, you know, you're just watching that kind of thing, and needless to say, he never did a very good job on the thumb because his thumb didn't ever work after that. And then the last part of that stabbing story, I was sitting in our living room. I'm watching TV. My mother and father come in, and she gets a pair of scissors out and clips all those stitches and pulls them out of his chest while I'm supposed to be watching cartoons. A guy asked me not long ago, didn't you feel bad when you'd see your father come home hurt like that? And like Brad said, I didn't know anything different. I mean, that was just life. You know, you're cleaning up the bloody gear from the night before or whatever it is. I thought everybody might deal with something like that. Yeah, just life.
Did you feel that growing up it was different than?
I guess it's different in a way. I mean, it was maybe more different for me in a sense because my father was working with a completely different name than his legal name.
Mhm.
But it was also, I guess, a simpler time. You know, my father could fly as Ole Anderson. He could cash checks as Ole Anderson. You know, we, all righty. Anyway, I don't even know what I was talking about now.
Talking about things being different.
Yeah, I think I wasn't ever talking about, I never really talked about who my father was in school or anything. It was not really until high school, I guess, that really got out when I was wrestling and my father was, of course, ultimately my biggest fan. I can remember high school wrestling pretty well. My first day of wrestling practice, I was home from school sick that day. About 2:30 in the afternoon, my father says, "Get your stuff." "What's going on?" "I'm sick." "No, you got wrestling practice." He drove me to school and sent me to wrestling practice. And I was unfortunate or fortunate, I don't know. I had a young, very
I'm just leaving this on screen.
a young, very energetic coach who would keep us there, you know, for hours and hours. And again on Saturday, all through Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks, and you know, just worked our butts off. By the time I was a sophomore, Dad would start coming to practice with me. So, you know, he took us to any tournament. That's why he quit the business basically in about '87, I think. You know, that's when they kind of kicked him out of the horsemen and all of that. That was because of my amateur wrestling. That was the shoot. I mean, he loved it. I mean, it was like, and I was the only one. He had 4 boys, and I'm the only one who did it more than just a couple of years. My younger brother was wrestling as a sophomore. He hated it. He told my dad, "I don't want to do this anymore." My dad said, "Well, you can quit, but you'll have to tell the coach yourself." "Oh, okay." My brother marched right up to the coach, called his bluff, and said, "I'm not doing this shit no more." And, you know, that was it. That's part of the reason I think my father and I had such a good bond over the years, because he told me stories about wrestling, I mean, as long as I can remember. He was 3rd place in the state of Minnesota his senior year, and I heard about him losing that one match. I mean, honestly, until he dropped me off for the state finals as a senior. I said, "Well, no matter what happens now, you did better than I did."
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever heard that story again. So, anyway, tell a story, Brett.
Yeah, same thing. So basically talking about growing up and, you know, having your father in the business, just life growing up with that.
Yeah, the same thing with Bryant. It was never brought up at school until actually mine started a little bit earlier in middle school because I did go to public school. And when they found out,
Pause. You guys have a photo up. Hey guys, while they're doing the photo up, I will get the other ones for you guys to see as well. While we're doing that, this 8x10 here, along with the other 2, and I will get those here for you to show, all of it on the website, NWALegends.com. You can get it personalized. 3. Yes, now the one. All on the website, NWALegends.com. Free shipping in the United States this week, along with the Fan-Test DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available. Place your order. We'll have Brad and Brian here until 1 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Yes. So when I started middle school, I started public school, and Dad would come watch me at football practice, and everybody's like, "That's Gene Anderson over there." And so that was how I got recognized. And I made the football team in the 7th grade, which only two made it. And I honestly think that my dad, being who he was, got a lot to do with it. But yeah, when I went to high school, we really got recognized because the high school I went to had been notorious. Barry Windham had went there, Kendall Windham, um, uh, then Dustin Rhodes came in, and he and I went to high school together and became great friends. So I mean, yeah, we were, I mean, popular because of who our dads were. Um, I mean, it got us a lot of extras that, you wouldn't normally get. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely a value having a dad that was popular, even though my dad had stepped in away from the business because he had been injured. But the name still carried through because of who they wore. So yeah, that helped a lot.
I mean, keep, I mean, tell your story. I guess the best way. Like, with your father, were you treated differently? Like, I mean, going to kind of diminish.
Okay.
Detail.
Yeah, and in high school, Dad would have some of the shooters come over there, because our wrestling coach was awful. He would lay on the gym mats and just watch us. But like I just remember, well, even to back up more, when I was like 10 years old, uh, the Iron Sheik would meet me down at the YMCA. Um, he had Mike Rotundo come over. Trying to think,
Same.
Pat Tanaka. Um, he had so many guys.
Yeah, well, no, I remember some of the same things. My father, he always liked the shooters. He really liked Rick and Scott Steiner. And so I can't remember what year it would have been. I mean, I was still in school, but he set it up and I would meet Rick or Rick and Scott, or Mike Rotunda was there too, in my high school wrestling room, off hours. I had keys to it. And just put me in there with those guys to try to teach me something or other. But, at the time, shit, both of those guys were monsters. I don't know if I was even 200 pounds. And I mean, Rick would have great advice where he'd show me how to do something. He said, "Now, if you do it wrong, you want me to hit you?" "Oh, I don't want you to hit me." "Shit, Rick." I think the funniest thing that ever happened one time was I actually caught Scott off guard and took him down. Rick just was
No.
laughing his ass off about that. He never saw nothing so funny. But yeah, I mean, those are things I guess that we got to do because of our dads that nobody else, got to do. In fact, I saw Rick. I got they have a county sports hall of fame or whatever where I grew up. This might be 10 years ago, and I saw Rick for the first time. Well, I actually saw Rick off and on at the high school state wrestling tournament during the years because he had a couple of boys that were wrestling and did pretty well. But the last time I saw him, he had lost so much weight. I mean, was he 200 pounds? I don't know, but he was there with his son, who's now Braun Breaker, who went to my high school. And it's Etowah High School in Cherokee County. But anyway, so yeah, he's there with Braun, who was getting an award for something or other. I said, "What the hell happened? He's bigger than you are, Rick." I mean, the kid looked great then. I mean, obviously he's having a hell of a run now with WWE. But I think I believe they said that he had all of my high school's weightlifting records at that point. So yeah, just opportunities that you get, And I can remember a story with Rick. Might have been 2012. I was talking to him at the high school state wrestling tournament, and might have been Maverick Wrestling. Anyway, so the kid's having a pretty good tournament, and I'm talking to Rick, and Rick, in that giggly little way he had, said, "Yeah, the best part is I got a little freshman at home," and I guess that turned out to be Braun Breaker. So, it's just different things that you get to do that are kind of interesting.
Yeah, and that brings back memories when you start hearing stories. I forgot also, Dad used to have me lifting weights and I started with Ricky Steamboat. And this was before he opened Steamboat's gym in Charlotte. And he had all of his stuff equipped at Abe Jacobs' barn in Mint Hill, North Carolina. And he would have me go out there on Saturday mornings. I'd work out with him, Jay Youngblood, in a barn. And there'd be horses, I mean, literally. And he had all of his equipment getting ready to open the gym. Then when he opened it, Ricky would still train me some. Wonderful guy. And then whenever somebody would come through, Dad had a lot of respect from the guys, and like he'd be like, "Go work out with my kid over at the gym," and like he had Lex Luger train me a couple times, and I could tell Lex didn't really like it, but he did it. One who did work out with me a lot was Magnum TA, probably prior to his injury. Um, uh, gosh. Oh, I used to go work out when Ric Flair had his gym at his house, and Arn and Stan would work out, and Dustin Rhodes would come meet us sometimes. But man, we would work out like crazy. And then at the end of it, we would do these card deck squats where you just pull cards and do all this. And Flair was just an animal. Then he would get on the stair climber after all of that and do it for I don't know how long. It was just insane. But like he said, the opportunities we had.
Mm-hmm.
Give an example of what a workout is.
Like as far as lifting, it was just your traditional, I mean, bodybuilding type workout at the time. Um, yeah, I mean, there was no quick fit workouts and stuff.
Well, for me, it was a little bit nerdier. I remember it was 8th grade when I first thought about lifting weights. And the first thing I did was go to the library and check out whatever books they had. And, my dad was working then, so he wasn't around to pay attention at first. But once he caught wind that I was interested in doing that, he definitely took care of me. He got me, an Olympic weight set. He got me like a pro style bench. He came home from Charlotte one time. He had a 77 Cadillac, and the ass end of it was just dragging on the ground because he bought me a whole set of dumbbells, which I still have today. So what he would piss me off when he would work out with me, though, hang on just a minute.
I remember Dad saying he would save every penny. He'd have the same T-shirt from 1972. He would buy nothing new. I remember Dad told me, Dad admired Ole so much that somebody said something to him about a cat like not buying a good car, and the shirt he was wearing, he said, well, in 20 years, this shirt will be about the same value of your Cadillac that you just bought. So.
Yeah. I mean, he bought the one new car in his life, and that was the 70 Ford that they put 400,000 miles on. And the way I remember it, I think he talked that guy down. It was a months-long ordeal before he finally took delivery of that car. But yeah, that was do you remember that? It was a brown Ford convertible. Anyway, I remember that. I remember he put the CB in it back in the 70s.
That was a big thing.
Had the fuzz busters and shit. Yeah. But yeah, he drove that car from about 70 to 1980 and parked it in I might have been an airport lot because he'd gotten the car from Crockett to use. So he was driving some shitbox, if you ask me. I think it was probably some 1980 Oldsmobile. I don't know. But anyway, that Ford car had 450,000 miles, I think. And some guys traced the license plate and got a hold of my mother, and she let him have the car for $300. I was probably about 3 years before I had a license. I'd kill her. She also, I never imagined I'd be big enough to wear any of my dad's clothes when I was a kid growing up. Of course, now they're too small for me, half of them. My dad had a bunch of custom-made suits that he'd gotten on one of the Japan tours, maybe 70 or 73. His name embroidered in there, and just real sharp-looking stuff, right? My mother gave it all to Goodwill. Like, I'd be wearing that shit right now. But, yeah.
Talk about when you guys break it down.
I mean, like I said, I went to the library and I got books. My dad helped me out. That's the reason I played 1 year of high school football, was because I liked going to the high school workouts. Yeah. From a wrestling training? Oh, you want to talk about pro wrestling? Oh, shit, I can remember learning to run the ropes. I mean, we had the steel cable ropes in those WCW gyms at the time. I mean, just black and blue, all along your side. Hurt like a son of a bitch, and then you get up and do it again the next day. And eventually, it's no problem. But that was one of the tougher things I remember. Learning to make sure you take a bump correct. That was one of my dad's pet peeves. He absolutely hated watching Flair take bumps, you know, kind of cockeyed. And if you didn't land flat, boy, he was all up your ass.
Yeah, I started out at Nelson's camp, like I said earlier, and running the ropes, it ain't like they do it today. You had to hit your lat on that steel cable, and it's bang, bang, and you would be bruised up. And taking bumps, we would have to do like 10 hip tosses just to warm up, 10 hip tosses, 10 beals, 10 backdrops. And if you did one wrong, Dad would be on the outside. Looks like shit. Start over. So if you were at 8 and messed up one, you had to start over at 1. And then as far as the other part, like I still never even got smarted up. We were doing top wrist lock holds, you know, the hammer locks. I'd been in training for like 3 months before anybody said, hey, this is a work, you know. But like we were doing shoot hammer locks and stuff.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, I officially got smartened up to the business while I was riding with my father down to CNN Center to meet with Bill Watts about a job. You know, Bryant, this is a business, right? Oh, yeah, Dad, I got it. But, yeah, I was also going to say that knowing that I was going to start out as a heel, we didn't have any producers or what, you know, nobody was dictating a match for you ahead of time. I mean, it was all called in the ring.
Yes.
And here you're going to be a heel with no experience, and they're expecting me to call this match. So you're having to kind of learn how to handle that part too. And unfortunately for me, they would put me out there with some of the worst green guys too, who couldn't listen to you try to call a match. Sometimes that was just hard as hell, because I was also very committed. I wasn't going to let anybody see my lips move, you know. So it was a real challenge mentally.
I know. I remember Dad, you know, I had the fortune of having a lot of good guys at first that were more experienced. But when I would do matches like that, Dad'd say, hey, give them a spot. If they screw it up, just shoot on them. It's your job to look good, not your job to make them look good. And it would kind of turn into a shoot, you know. Just take over and just don't give them anything else.
Well, and my father, you know, talk about shoot, even coming into the gym, we had different people come down there. There was the core group of guys that were actually getting paid to be there. And then we'd have different people show up from time to time. You know, what's that guy's name with the vampire teeth?
Gangrel.
Yeah. And Luna, I remember them being in there one day. I remember just random guys coming in. And my father was still of the opinion that we could keep the kayfabe from some of these guys. So, yeah, go beat the shit out of that guy. Shit, I remember one kid from, I don't know, Virginia or something one time. Jeez, I felt bad. I mean, my dad put him in the ring with me, and, you know, wants me to kick the shit out of him. And so I just remember hammering on the back of that kid's head and just twisting him in a knot and just making him scream for mercy. I mean, and then send him on his way. You got no business trying to be in this business. Get out of here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can say anything more to that, because that's exactly how I was told. You know, if they're the shits, then you just take over, because you got to make yourself look good. Mm-hmm. You know, don't expose the business.
I think Gene and Ole together, to me, that was what they were all about, right? I mean, you watch some of those old matches, the way they're cutting people off and keeping them in the corner. And I mean, I don't see anything like that anymore.
I don't think people know what a real hot tag is anymore. Dad and Ole gave. That was a true hot tag.
To make your style like take parts of it.
Well, I mean, obviously, in appearance. I mean, if you've seen any pictures of myself, I mean, yeah, I wore the boots and I wore the trunks, and I had to do big mutton chops like it's 1978 or whatever. But I think also that something that's kind of sad to me about our dads is I think they were just ahead of just a little too early for a lot of what they would have done to be preserved. You know, I mean, you see some of the grainy old, 8mm, 16mm shit, you know, with some of it no sound, you know, one camera shot. I know the anything Georgia TV, they taped over those tapes every week. So there's not a whole lot of it out there to watch for, and Brad maybe saw a little bit more live than I did too.
When I got into it, the business had changed so much. I did try to incorporate some of the knowledge I've been taught, but it started to become a little bit more high flying. And I looked at it at that young age as, oh, their style is archaic. I mean, it wasn't till later on that I respected what they did and started to emulate what they did. But yeah, things were changing, people jumping over the ropes. I mean, I remember, being told nobody goes outside the ring until the semi-main event or main event. And I mean, that shit was happening on the first match. I mean, and so to try to be a part of what was happening, I kind of felt like, oh, I got to be a little different than what my dad did. And I look back at now and I kind of regret it dreadfully, but at least at some point I did do the Anderson gimmick. And I didn't work that style. I was trying to work the style that was being done. And I mean, it wasn't I hate it. I mean, because I know it could fit. I do remember, I mean, I would wrestle Brad Armstrong, one of the best wrestlers ever. And we would have some old school matches. And I had been in the business maybe 3 months. I'll never forget this. We were in Greenville, South Carolina. And Brad Armstrong, you could never have a bad match with him. And we went out there and just worked old school. And it was the biggest compliment, one of the biggest to this day. I came back and they always had that curtain in Greenville. And Hawk from the Road Warriors was watching. And he was like, holy shit, kid, you're a fucking troll. And it wasn't so much me as it was Brad Armstrong led the match, because it probably would have been different had I, called it.
Well, 3 months in, of course. Yeah. Was I even going to say, I don't have the regret because I think I probably was a little closer to that in the sense that I wasn't climbing on the ropes. I wasn't jumping out of the ring. I was just trying to keep things tight. And like I say, if I go back and watch a match that I had today, I mean, honestly, it looks better than I remember it. At the time I thought, well, God, I'm the shits. But now I look at it, I go, well, shit, that looks pretty good compared to a lot of the things I see on TV today.
Oh, God, yes.
So you both have television experience. Talk about getting into that. The overall experience for the process or the difference between what you're doing before them. Like just kind of
I think, Brad, we grew up and there was TV. We grew up and our dads were on the TV. We grew up and we were going to the TV station.
Did they ever take when you guys were growing up, like, so they say stay home?
I probably went down to the TBS station more than I went anywhere. And to be honest with you, I don't know. Maybe we'd be going to the airport afterwards for some reason. I don't. Usually, if I was with my dad, it was in conjunction with us having something else going on.
As far as going to TVs, no. I did go to a lot of house shows. My favorite thing, though, was on Wednesdays when they'd shoot interviews at the Crockett office, and all the boys would be there. And in the summertime, I would drive over there when I could get my license and just hang out with the boys and just absorb the experience. I mean, because everybody's in the room, and Dad was actually the one calling who's up next and stuff like that. And Dad had a lot of respect from the boys, so much that Crockett had Dad handing the paychecks out because the boys always knew they were getting fucked, and they wouldn't say nothing to Dad. And Dad would say, hey, that's what they gave me, kid. And I was there the day that after a Starrcade that Piper and Ricky Steamboat came in, and Dad handed them their check from Starrcade. And Piper got his first. And I'll never forget him being like, are you fucking kidding me, Gene? And he's like, kid, that's what they gave me. And then Steamboat came in being the humble, quiet person he was and just shook his head. And Piper was like, did you see this shit? And Ricky's like, yeah. And it wasn't shortly after that they left and went to WWF at the time. And I remember thinking that was probably the catapult that did it. They got tired of being underpaid from what I heard them saying.
And you know, Brad's talking about being there for interviews, and I think that's another thing that's so different now. You know, all those guys could talk at least a little. You know, I know my dad I always thought was a pretty good talker looking back, but nothing was ever scripted, you know. And when I got in and had the chance to do some interviews, nothing was scripted. I mean, you're on the fly sitting there, and I'm here. Yes, Jim
Scared
Ross.
to death.
Yeah, I mean, I remember they put me on commentary one time with Jim Ross for a match or two. I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to say? But you got to say something. And so you just had to come up with it even then in the early 90s. I don't know when things changed so drastically that guys are having to memorize a script, but I think it's for the worse. I mean, I've heard about Cody Rhodes doing, focus grouping shit. I mean, what the hell is that?
I've never even heard of that. I just remember when me and Dustin were friends in high school. My last memory of Cody was he was running around downstairs in a diaper, and I saw him years later in Spartanburg at a reunion show, and Dusty was never really nice to me, Big Dusty, and I guess it was the heat because that he had with our dads, but he was actually, I guess, humbled out a little bit more, and he introduced me to Cody, and I was like, holy shit, you grew up, kid. And 2 years later I saw him in the business, but that was the last time too I think I saw Dustin Rhodes also.
See, it's funny you say that about Dusty, because by the time I was in the business at all, I mean, Dusty was several guys, Dusty and Harley, I can remember. It's like they were older and mellowed out. And I mean, they were just like my nice old uncle or something, always treated me just really nice. I enjoyed being around them,
Territory was already up. Talk about, any other talent or anything, any other stories or any other experiences with people maybe just coming through the territory that weren't like mainstays.
Well, not mainstays. I guess he is a mainstay, but I'll tell you, the nicest guy, and I'm sure you've heard before, is that Bobby Eaton.
Oh my God.
What
yes.
a sweetheart. I mean, one of my regrets about the wrestling business, we were in Athens. I was with Dad in probably 89 or 90. When did those guys leave? 90? So the Midnight Express was there. It was just a dead show. I don't know if there was 100 people in this building. It was at the UGA campus. But I was in the back, and I was shooting the shit with Bobby a little bit. And he goes, well, hey, you want to come down sometime and get in the ring? I'll show you how to work a little bit. Well, why the hell did I not just write his phone number down right there? And that would have been a hell of a lot better education, I think, for me. But we were on the road, I think in 93 maybe, doing a loop up in Virginia, West Virginia. And I had ridden up, because I don't think I was old enough to rent a car. So I had ridden up with 3 other guys from the power plant who were, I guess, mostly interested in finding strip clubs and just having a good time. And I was with them. Maybe halfway through that loop, we were able to all stay at one home base and then just travel from the same hotel, maybe stay there for about 4 nights or something. And I don't even know how it came up, but Bobby said, you want to stay in my room? Yes, please, because those guys were driving me batshit. So Bobby took me in, let me stay in his room, didn't ask me for money. I rode with him for the rest of that trip. Just talking, told me stories. Just the nicest son of a bitch you could ever meet. I've just always had a good memory of him ever since because of that time. I was really sad to hear when he died. I worked with him one time on that loop, and I know they say Bobby's a great worker, and I don't doubt it, but that's only the second time I ever got knocked out in wrestling. One time in the power plant, a guy did a damn drop kick, and I remember waking up on the other side of the room after a while. Somehow I took a knee to probably my jaw, I guess. And I mean, they nursed me through it. We finished the match. I kind of came to enough that we finished working the match. But I mean, yeah, it was just kind of ironic that such an easy guy to work with is going to knock me out. But that's what happened.
Bobby like God, you can't ever say how wonderful he was. But I had the great opportunity. He had lost his driver's license from a DUI, and he didn't live far from me. So he would ask me to come pick him up, and I would drive him to a lot of the towns. And that eventually led to me being, like he said, I was too young to rent a car too. So I got to ride with the Midnight Express, Corny, Stan, and Bobby. And this is the most funny story. We were in Alabama, and it was Bobby's hometown of, I think, Huntsville area. And his family was all there, and they were riding beside us. And Cornette used to love to stop in little like mom and pop's convenience stores. He'd go straight like to the toy section and find like weird gimmicks. And he bought some at Invisible Ink. And we pulled up beside Bobby and his family at a red light, and they rolled down the window, and Stan squirted the invisible ink on his uncle. And he's like, Bobby, help me. It's burning me. It's burning me. And Stan about pissed his pants because it was just that old invisible ink trick stuff, you know. But yeah, Bobby was just the most wonderful. I mean, I could never say enough about that guy and the matches we had. And I had to like, I worked at Independent Show one time, and the promoter didn't have enough to pay me. So, but he was a manager at a Days Inn, and he gave me this card that said I was an employee, and I could get rooms all over the United States in any city for $15. Well, once the boys found out, everybody wanted to room with me. So I had the opportunity to room like Ron Simmons. They would always try to catch me first and like, brother, I'll just pay the $15. And Mankind with Cactus Jack at the time and Ron Simmons were two of the big ones I stayed with a lot. And Ron, it was hilarious. When the maid service would come in and knock on the door and say room service, he'd be like, yeah, hold on a minute. And he'd stand up and get out of bed and pull his underwear down. And he had a gimmick that would hang down to his knees. They would walk in and just scream and walk out. I'm telling you, some of the stuff you'd see on the road with these boys, it was just unbelievable. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
I think they probably did a lot of things that put you in jail for today. I mean, they were a different breed. Absolutely. Yeah. It's just it.
Nobody stand out.
I mean, I think that the time that I was in the business was down. So, I mean, things that stand out, I remember, I can't remember where it might have been Lakeland, Florida. This was WCW. It was like the only sold out house I honestly can remember. And what a great and different experience that was to just have people all the way up to the rafters just going batshit. I don't know what was going on that those people came out, but it was just a hell of a lot better experience for me than being in front of 200 people or something. It was just, that wasn't what I like.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for me was being the original Charlotte Coliseum that they used to run. And I remember thinking, because I used to go as a kid all the time, and that was where Dad held the tryouts, and Ole would be there sometimes, and they would beat the hell out of guys. I mean, I used to feel sorry for them because I knew most of them weren't going to make it. I mean, and it was like the boys would show up just to come watch these guys get stretched. But on top of that, when they would have the matches, Dad would always take me to them. And I remember wrestling the first time and thinking, to myself, holy, I mean, I made it now. I'm in this building, but, and then they stopped running it. But that was probably the most iconic. And then also, though, being in the TBS studios, I never had been there before, but like knowing that I'm now in this building, that I watched so much TV filmed out of, that was really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They talking about the old studio, the
yeah,
one?
Techwood Drive.
Yeah. I remember being there many times. That's the first place I saw the Road Warriors. Boy, that was different. Right after they came in, I think. And I remember going to Grandma B's, where they came out of, and that was an unusual thing. I don't know why we were up in Minnesota, my father and I, but it was very odd for him to even to drive me by this place. Say, yeah, that's where I got those two guys out of.
That was a strip club, wasn't it?
I don't know if it was I mean, I was too young to go in there. I think it might have just been a rough bar. I don't know. But I just remember it because it was an odd thing, and I remember them when they got started, just because they were so different and just. I mean, you look at those old matches, those first matches now, those guys don't know shit, and they're beating the hell out of everybody, and there's no way to fake what's going on. But yeah, and I remember, I mean, they would call the house. I mean, they called the house for years after they broke in, just to touch base, just to say thanks and that kind of stuff. So I guess, I appreciate that, and it's kind of sad, how those two ended up. But
Yes, definitely.
and I mean, I think that was also a time. I'm sure you remember, late 90s, early 2000s when the boys were dropping like flies.
Yeah,
I
and
mean-
even lately, I mean, it's horrible.
There was a while there for every time I would talk to my dad, there'd be somebody else that, had died.
OD'd, yeah, and
So
Yeah.
let's talk about the end of the territory. What was it like? 88, 89, even though you weren't actually a fan.
Well, I mean,
Go back from
go,
a
go,
family standpoint.
well, go back to Black Saturday. I mean, I got to experience the first wave of that shit. Because, I mean, well, I mean, everybody I know knows the story, but from our end, I remember, I think we'd been up in Minnesota, my dad and I believe it's when his mother had passed away. And he was up there when he got the word that Vince was in town doing the deal. He had been assured over and over by these crooked lawyers that no, they had to offer to other shareholders first, or whatever the heck it was. And there was some little line in the back of this long agreement where he's like, but this says different. No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't. Well, of course, Vince was able to come in and buy everything. I remember flying in, and my dad left me in a hotel room, and he never even went home, just stayed in town. And I'm sure he was going around trying to make his case to Jack and Jerry, whoever else there was. Obviously, that ultimately failed. And so my father at that point was scrambling. I remember he got, it was Ann Gunkel, went and got with Turner. He did get a TV there. He had another TV on one of the Atlanta stations at the time. And he was just trying to put something together to stay alive. And that's ultimately, I got folded into Crockett a year later, maybe. That was what Championship Wrestling from Georgia. It was just fighting. I remember it's probably around the same time when Eddie Graham killed himself. And I don't know who called to tell my father that, but I just remember my dad just being pissed and going, God damn it, if you're feeling that bad about something, I wish he would have gone up and shot Vince first. I mean, he hated McMahon.
oh God, there was so much heat there. And that's why I think they aren't introducing them into the Hall of Fame, because, I mean, some of the names they have in the Hall of Fame are ridiculous, that they don't have my dad and his dad in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
Yeah, well, I just remember I'd be out playing, and that they had pretty short trips in Crockett Promotions, usually 2-3 hours. But Dad would always have to leave about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I remember being out playing, and Mom would holler, back then. My friends would be like, dinner, but Dad always wanted to make sure we had dinner together. So, we'd have dinner at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But I mean, I didn't even think that was weird. I'll never forget that smell of the boots and the straps, because Dad had one of those Halliburton bags, and right when you walk in the door, he would open it up, and that smell is just ingrained in my head. As far as getting into the territories, I mean, they were all closing. I mean, I remember Dutch Mantell. I told him I was going to Portland. He's like, "Kid, are you crazy? If you're going to starve close to home, so you can get home." And because they weren't paying anything. And I do remember, even when it was changed so much, Cornette called this. He said, "I see one day where we aren't even going to have house shows. It's just going to be pay-per-views." And I remember hearing that. A lot of boys thought he was crazy for that.
Nope, you're right. All right. While Brad and Brian have their photo op, some great memories here from them here. The 8x10s you see on the screen there, they are available on the website, NWALegends.com, on the left-hand side. Personalization options for available. Free shipping in the domestic United States this week, along with the FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic turnbuckles. All those options available along with the other guests that will be here throughout the rest of today on the website, NWALegends.com. Brad and Brian will be here until 1 p.m. this afternoon. Get to the end. Rocket sound turn top.
I think it took a long time for my father to, I guess, understand that he wasn't the boss anymore. It was he was one of the early guys who had the book, even after Turner got it. I remember probably, what would that have been, 89 or 90? Okay, yeah. So I remember, I don't know who the heck even he would have got, who he'd have been talking to, but of course then he's working for Jim Hurd, which was a horrible experience. I mean, he couldn't stand that guy at all. I mean, and I was well aware at the time, and then he just slowly got demoted down until he finally got fired in what, 94, 90, I think 94. I think it just kind of slowly killed, I guess, his love for the business. You know, watching it just get corporate. The only competition, you know, is the guy who he's just as mortal enemies with. I think he probably regretted some of what he had to say and his interaction with Vince ultimately. I think he even reached out to Ernie Ladd one time about possibly coming in up there. I didn't know that for years and years.
As Brad and Brian are heading to do another photo op once again. So we are right about halfway with Brad and Brian Anderson here in Charlotte on the website, NWA.com. We have the 8x10s you see on the screen there in front of you available, personalization available, free shipping within the United States domestic for order this week, along with FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic turnbuckle, all available on the website, NWALegends.com. We're signing some buttons here.
Sure. I just remember that he only referred to Hurd as you know, the ex-Pizza Hut manager.
Yeah.
I guess everybody knows the damn Black Scorpion. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess his story later on was, you know, that was just a rib being a smart ass to Hurd, and Hurd wanted to do it. I mean, actually, some of the Black Scorpion robes were things I sewed in my college dorm. That's the first payoff I ever got from the wrestling business.
My dad got fired in 91 from, well, to back up for a second, I remember in 88 when he said it was being sold, and I didn't get the impact it would have. But then in 91, they fired Dad, and I thought they had let your dad go too, for a temporary time, because it's like they were getting rid of all the old timer, like agents and stuff and bringing in all these new guys who didn't know shit. And that was like just 10 months before my dad ended up passing away. Fortunately, Johnny Weaver got my dad a job at the sheriff's department, but yeah, I didn't realize the impact, you know, at the time and how much it did change things. But I just remember they cleaned house, and I remember Barry Windham stopping me and saying, you know, I'm gonna talk to Dusty and see if I can't get your dad his job back. And even Scotty Steiner stopped me. He's like, you know, he's so high strung all the time. He's like, man, that's fucking bullshit what they did to your dad. It's fucking bullshit what's going on around here. So obviously a lot of the boys weren't happy.
Yeah. Yeah. And you might be right. My dad may have come and gone. I don't even know. I just know that by the end, when Eric was in charge, and that's another person he couldn't stand, you know, it just kind of, that's how my dad ended up at the power plant, you know. I think you like it down there a little bit better. Why don't you go? And by the way, we're going to cut your pay again too, whatever. So, you know, maybe that might explain too, another story. I've heard, how many times did, Barry Windham's dad, Blackjack, you know, mitts on that guy. I mean, just monster sized hands. And he was down at the power plant when I first came in. And one day I didn't see what happened. They got into it over something, and Jack, you know, punched my dad in the head. Didn't knock him out, as I've read, but I mean, he took a lick. He said, "Come on, Bryant." So okay, so we left. We'd ridden down there together. I might have met him at his apartment or something, but we're in you know, a red pickup truck that he bought off one of the boys, and another used vehicle. Thank you very much. And my dad had one of those bag phones. He gets Eric on the phone. He tells him what the hell happened. And long story short, because my dad took a punch to the face, I got my pay doubled. That was how he settled that. You give Brian some money, and I'll forget about it. So, okay, thank you very much. Of course, that made it easier for them to can me. I think they were trying to save a little money when they brought Hogan in. Because I can remember being down at, I guess we were at Disney doing TVs, which I liked doing because I would get my regular paycheck and an extra, I think it was $250 a day. So that was all right by me, and they had the best damn commissary we got to eat at the employee cafeteria. That was one of the best experiences of my wrestling career, was eating down there. Cheap and good.
You know, one of my biggest payoffs was when they were doing the gimmick. There was a show called Learning the Ropes, and Lyle Alzado, it didn't last long. It was horrible. Was a school teacher by day and wrestler by night, and they used the Italian Stallion in a hood, and so they would pay you your regular pay for Turner, and then this show would give you pay also for working for him, so you'd get a double pay. Well, a couple of times, I guess when I didn't know how this worked at the time, it went into syndication, and I got 2 more checks from them for this one match. And I think it ended up being about $1,500 total. And I was like, for this one TV match that I got a squash job on, and you know, but it didn't last long. But I remember that, and that was like one of the best payoffs I ever got when I was at Turner.
Just lessons that, you know, you were able to take throughout the rest of
I guess mine is what I said earlier about protecting yourself when you're working with somebody who can't work, and make it look real. I mean, you do one thing wrong and you're fake, you know. I mean, it's well known how stiff they were, but they never hurt nobody. I mean, you know, snug as hell, and keep it that way. But I guess that's probably the best advice I remember.
You know, I don't know. I think just in general in life, I mean, to finish things, to stick to things, to push through the hard things. I mean, that was the case with everything, wrestling and the rest of life. So I mean, that's just the way I've always approached things. And yeah, just don't back away, don't back down.
so any like shows or matches about yourselves or your fathers that really stand out to you?
I definitely have one, and I've spoken about this on a podcast before. I worked Kevin Sullivan in Beckley, West Virginia, and I worked a house show as Brad Anderson, and of course he was supposed to go over. Long story short, he called a spot, and he had me sunset flip him from the outside of the ring. You know, I gave him a gut shot, jumped over the rope, sunset flipped him, and he kind of hooked me on top of him, and I guess he had smartened up Tommy Young and said count to three. And so Tommy Young counts to three, and Tommy Young's trying to raise my hand, and I'm trying to put it down because I'm like scared, like this wasn't
You
supposed
don't
to
want to
happen.
go in the back.
And yeah, and he's jumping up. You hooked me, you fucking stooge, you hooked me. And we go in the back. I'm in the back, and I'm scared to death. And he's like, "What did I tell your father? What did I tell your father?" But then later on, he came back up to me. He goes, "That's how you make wrestling fans think that, hey, maybe this stuff's real, because nobody expected you to beat me." And he actually did that one or two more times in different towns when we worked. And I mean, that just showed, I mean, he was a great guy. Like I said earlier, he was one of the few. I know you always hear, you know, guys teaching younger guys back in the day. That wasn't happening much in not my time. You would have to go out of your way to get to somebody. But he would come up to me and talk to me and teach me about keeping my feet in the ring. And, you know, guys like our dads, how, you know, you don't just take a bump or anything. You stand there, keep your feet until it's time to take a bump.
I don't know if I got any particular match, but like I said earlier, even just watching a TV squash match where you can see that if it's not legit, I mean, it is so tight. I mean, that's what I enjoy when I look back and see what I can see of them, because it's just such a very different thing than anything anymore.
So
I don't really remember. And you know what? I mean, because, you know, you're living with a father who is gone pretty much, I mean, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I remember things like, you know, my dad getting his bag packed and leaving, you know, on Christmas morning, because that was a big day in the business. I mean, and again, like we've said over and over, that we just had these experiences that were normal to us. But I think when those big shows started, I mean, my dad was never one who was going to get excited about anything. My dad was never the one to be impressed with himself at all. Like I said, he was a cheapskate too. All he wanted was the money. I mean, he'd do a job. He didn't care if he's going to get payoff. And you know, he is not in the Hall of Fame with the Horsemen, which I think he probably should be if the rest of those guys are in there.
Yes.
But I think I just watched the little biography thing they did about the Four Horsemen, where I finally thought they started to treat him a little bit better or acknowledge him. But I think JJ said, Ole's not in, but Ole wouldn't have cared about that. And I think that's true. I mean,
You know, I don't know if you've ever heard this story, Bryant, but Ricky Morton's told it to me a couple times. And it was right when they came in and they were working with Arn and your dad. And he had Ole in the corner just firing punches on him, and Ole was no-selling. And this is Ricky's version, said he just went out and walked in the middle of the ring and took a bump. And Ole said, your dad said, "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" And Ricky said, "God darn, man, somebody's got to start selling around here." Because your dad was like, "This, it's too small to sell for."
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, that was his deal at first. I think eventually those guys kind of changed his mind.
Yes.
Because they were making money. And speaking about a good match, cage match with Arn and Dad in the Rock and Roll. What would that have been? It was, I think it was the same night when Cornette came off the scaffolding.
87-ish, maybe.
86 was Night of the Sky. Yeah, 86, 87.
Okay, well, that's a good pay-per-view match. Something I never saw until years later. Yeah.
I was there live when it happened.
I mean, I thought that was a good match. I mean, it was just snug and tight, and I mean, you could kind of believe what you were looking at even then.
Right, as Brandon and Bryant are heading over to do another photo op, guys, we got about an hour and 20 minutes left with Brad and Bryant here in Charlotte. The 8x10s you see here on screen are available on the website, NWALegends.com. You can get it personalized to you. Free shipping within the domestic United States will go out this week, along with the FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available for you on the website, NWALegends.com. Grab it. We have Brad and Bryant here until 1 p.m. this afternoon. A lot of knowledge and good stories coming along from the two of them here today. But make sure to join us on the website. Get yourself, we can have it personalized for you to be a part of what's going on here in Charlotte. As you can see on the lower left-hand part of your screen, the photo op area. Brad and Brian taking time to talk to people coming in. Everybody having their own stories, what they remember. Brad and Brian and their fathers. Lineage here in the wrestling industry. But NWALegends.com, you can be a part of it on the left-hand side of the screen with your 8x10 and autograph options available. Come on over. They are signing the 8x10s here. Obviously, they were away from home, but they talked about the home life as it changes. You said
My dad was kind of out of it.
okay.
I don't know. One thing I can remember is just how amazed and how pissed he was when I remember talking to like Iron Sheik, and when they first started getting the money off of like the action figures and shit, and some of those crazy checks that guys were getting. That was when I think my father might have regretted some of his attitude with Vince, and I think he was just, it was a different world. You know, you knew it was going on, but you were kind of missing it. You know, like I said earlier, I think that our dads were there at a better time in a way, but for a father who cares so much about money, I think that did make him take notice. And I don't think anybody would have ever imagined it'd be like it is now. I don't know exactly what guys are making, but I know it's more than anybody would have ever imagined. It's just, it's not even the same thing. I mean, it happens in a ring, but that's about where it ends.
Talk about growing some of the others. Anything really stand out? Say Jesse returned with the nickname, things like that.
I mean, and for me, most of that was later because, like I say, I was kind of, protected from the business. I think my parents were aware of the heat, that my dad was generating, that our dads were generating, and they didn't want any of that to come onto me.
I guess I photo off real quick. And then, right, as Brad and Brian are heading over to do another photo op, once again, got about an hour and still an hour and 20 minutes left with Brad and Brian here in Charlotte, and you can be a part of this as well by getting your 8x10 that will be signed for you, personalized on the website NWALegends.com, along with the FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. All specials, all can be personalized for you, available on the website NWALegends.com. As we delve into wrestling history here in Charlotte this weekend. As Brad and Bryant are making their way back over here to the autograph table. You had a story, go.
Okay, so when I was probably 4 or 5, like I had mentioned before, Don Canoodle used to take me down, or he'd have the tryouts at the Park Center when they had run on Monday nights, and he'd roll me around and whatever. But then when I was about 13, I had kidney surgery. So he ended up being Boris Zukov, Jim Nelson, prime of Jim Nelson. They took me out for dinner one night. I was recovering from kidney surgery. We went and saw a movie. They took me to dinner and then brought me back to the house and showed me my very first porno movie. And it was just, they were just like, it was so hilarious. But the funnier thing was Jim Brunzell was imitating Ivan Koloff. He was doing this Russian accent. And then, of course, a few years later, he becomes Boris Zukov. And I remember I was like, I'll never forget, they had one of those 70s, vans with carpet in it. And I was sitting in there with them. And Jim's in the back imitating Ivan. And Don's like, listen to this, Brad. And it was just, we were just horse laughing how good it was. And then he ended up making a gimmick out of it and, made a good career out of that.
Let's talk about more of the territories. You said you talked about Calgary a little bit, Portland. Kind of any stories, kind of go into the stories.
Well, I guess the one thing that when I left Calgary, when I was 17, we always used to go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for spring break. I did something stupid and got arrested for stealing beer signs. It was like a petty larceny thing, right? Well, when I'm in Calgary, I'm up there wrestling. We went into the States and we were coming back into Calgary to wrestle in, it's Winnipeg, I think, somewhere. And we stopped at a border stopping, and the boys the night before had vandalized the border stopping coming through. They were just out of control. So they called this other border stopping and said, hey, check these guys as much as possible. Well, when we were going through, they asked the question, have you ever been arrested or whatever? And because I was a minor, I put no. Well, they kept us there for a long time. And next thing I know, like I'm innocent as hell. The border lady comes out and we're in the middle of nowhere. It's called Port Climax, Canada. You can look it up on a map. And they wouldn't let me into Canada. So I had to get a discretionary grant of entry. And I pretty much had 30 days to get my stuff and get out. So that kind of ended that one. Portland was great. I remember we had a Christmas night show and I wrestled Rip Oliver. And 2 minutes into the show, my match, my nose got broken by an accident, and they had a no blood rule there, so it had to be called. I was bleeding like crazy, and the great late Sandy Barr, awesome man, was the referee, and he said, "Kid, go to the back and don't look in the mirror." And of course, what I do, I go straight to the mirror, and my nose, you can see, is still a little crooked today. My cartilage was under my eyeball, and he literally did that thing like in Rocky, and he's like, "Kid, I gotta fix it," and I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "If we don't do it now, it's gonna hurt like hell later." And like he literally did that thing like Rocky's trainer and moved it over. Oh my God, yeah. But I mean, I loved it up there. It's just the money wasn't really there, and that's also where I fractured my spine, and I just couldn't keep going.
Talk about your both.
Well, I know, of course, they broke in with Vern, didn't they?
Yes,
My dad in 67, yours.
a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my dad, I remember, he remembers Gene from high school. I don't know, it had been in a tournament somewhere. And
Yeah, they wrestled. Yeah.
Remember that fat kid rolling around over there, something like that. That'd be what he'd say. But yeah, he remembered Gene from high school. So my dad broke in with Vern, right away was able to do pretty well, but I think that's because he was always talking and running his mouth. I know that from talking to Greg and Greg's sister, I guess, one time at one of the Slamboree, where they brought in the old timers and shit. That's where I met Stu Hart there for the first time, and I'd always heard my dad do Stu Hart imitations.
Oh,
And
God.
I always thought it was an exaggeration until I was talking to Stu, and I went, shit, that's just dead on. But the first place I remember my dad went after working for Vern was Stu. And he talked about their house and all the kids running around, and how Stu would get you in the basement and try to get you into a hold and say, "Now get out." But like you said, Brad, he talked about how terrible those trips were. And I think he was there for just about 4 weeks and gave his notice and came home. He was actually he was in the Carolinas. That's where he was first with Gene and Lars. And would that have been 68 maybe?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And that's where they gave him that rib of a name, Ole. And they did, I guess, pretty well at that point. I mean, all I've seen are pictures. I don't know that there is any tape. And I went and mentioned that biography that was done just here in the last couple of months. There's a little bit of film in there of Dad and Gene. And it's kind of grainy looking, and it says 1968, but it ain't. My dad's got a beard, which I don't think he had until 1980. So anyway, my dad was actually out of the business for a little while. He came home in about 70 maybe, which is when I was born, and he'd gotten real sick. He had some inner ear disease or infection. I don't know what it was, Meniere's. So he got to the point, I mean, he couldn't walk. I've heard stories he crawled to the car to have my mother take him to a doctor. So he was out of the business for maybe a year. He got a call from Eddie Graham down in Florida to come down and work in Tampa. My dad had been working with his father in the family bar and grill. He was tending bar. And he got a call from Eddie to come down, and it was a $500 a week guarantee. And he got in his car and he drove to Florida, and that was that. I guess probably, I don't know how long he was in Florida before he came back to the Carolinas with Gene, and then those two stayed together. And even though my dad wrestled for another 10 years after Gene got hurt and had to get out, my dad always referred to that as, it was his retirement. I think it's to his detriment, but he never gave much credit at all to the work he did after that with Arn or anything.
Yeah, I know he loved Dad.
Yeah, I mean, I have all the respect my dad had for Gene. I think that's probably the person he respected most in his business, in his wrestling career.
Yeah, I remember reading that in the book, how faithful my dad was to him. I have a quick, Stu Hart story. my first night there, of course, like Bryant said, everybody's heard these horrendous stories. But at this time it's 88, and Stu's, he's old, and but I'm still scared to death of, and I see him, and I'm there, and he's coming from 15, 20 feet away, and he's got like a picture frame in his hand, and he's walking towards me. He's like, Ass. And then he finally makes it to me. He's like, Ass, I hear you're Gene's kid. And I'm like, yes, sir. And he said, Nelson changed it. And I'm like, yes, sir. And he turns around. He had a black and white picture from, I guess, Nelson used to be there. And he's like, here's a picture from Nelson. He goes, yeah. And I hear my dad met my mom in Calgary, and when he was there, and he's like, I hear your mom's a Calgary girl. And I was like, yes, sir. And I don't remember what after that, but I was like, oh my God, I'm thankfully he didn't hook me. So
Was he still doing any of that stuff?
I don't believe so. He was staggering to kind of walk, so.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't think he probably couldn't if he wanted to.
Yeah, you talk about old guys. I remember in the late 90s, after my dad was home, he would take trips down to Florida to go see Lou Thez. I don't know how the heck those two ever connected or knew each other, but, my dad at that point would have been, late 50s? How old would Lou have been? I'm fucking 80? I don't know. He's a pretty old guy. But he'd go down there, those two guys, but I guess in whatever condo Lou lived in, there was some kind of a workout area. They'd go and they'd get on the mat and they'd wrestle. I remember he came home one time and he was so excited because Lou had showed him how to properly do like a double wrist lock or something so that it would actually tear your shoulder out. He was all giddy about that.
Do you think growing up that life is different with your fathers in the different territories, being based out of one place, like working for Crockett on the rise up in the 80s? Was life any different?
I can say that when I was a younger kid, before my dad got into booking, it was a pretty routine thing. Get up my dad would always take a nap. We didn't have dinner together early in the afternoon. My dad would take a nap every afternoon. He'd go to the gym in the morning, go to the YMCA, work out, come home, eat, take a nap, get up, pack his bag. And I can't remember exactly, but it was 2 towels, 1 washcloth, 1 pair of, it was a list of stuff that went in that damn bag. He'd back out of the driveway in that brown Ford, and I'd see him the next day. But when we got into Atlanta, which would have been 77, I think, by then my dad's booking, it just became a whole lot more of a constant. At that point, I can just remember my dad was always on the damn telephone, or our phone was always ringing. Ed, and I'd go answer the phone. I can't remember exactly how he told me to answer it. I'm being a polite, good little boy. Dad, Tommy Rich is on the phone. Dad, Abdullah's on the phone. Remember one time he made me call Stan Hansen somewhere in a hotel because he was busy doing something. Shit, I was like, how do I do that? So I got to find information for some place in, I don't know, Colorado, and got to get a hotel number. I was like, shit, I hate talking on the telephone to this day, but so it was just a constant barrage of all the time. And then he was working, of course, at the same time. So it was like a 24/7 job. We had 2 phone lines in the house. I didn't know anybody else who had, a separate phone number at that point, but that was, my dad had his office and he'd be in there, and I guess they'd be talking through angles and talking through matches. I didn't even realize it at the time. It's like, are they just imagining, what a match would look like? I mean, but he'd basically be, I'm going to have this guy do that, and then he can go over here, and then he'll come off of that, and then we'll get to the set, and he'll say, and it was just on and on and on and on. So, yeah, that was a difference, I think, from just working to being a boss.
I just remember, Dad, we stayed in Charlotte. I remember Bryant and them, they moved down to Georgia at some point.
You were down there once or twice, I remember. You guys came through.
Well, yeah, I would go down there and visit Dad. We never moved though.
Right. No, I feel like you were coming through for like hockey.
Hockey, yeah. We'd come in when y'all had that house with the pond, and I remember your dad said there was a bunch of rattlesnakes all over. Yeah, I came over there and visited a few times, but I remember Dad being gone a lot, you know, at that time because he was back and forth, but he kept us planted in Charlotte. So yeah, that was just what I remember of the
So it
difference.
didn't really change versus like being in one place.
Well, yeah,
versus
because
going to like whether it's Canada or any of the other territories.
well, yeah, he was because it was really just Georgia he would go to.
Yeah.
So we stayed in Charlotte, and the family we stayed there, and he would come in and out, you know. So I just remember being gone a lot more, but not like when I said earlier where. You know, he would get up in the morning and take me to school every morning, like even though he wouldn't get in till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then come home and take a nap. And Dad didn't work out. I remember Ole used to give Dad hell about working out, and one day I remember, so Dad finally went down to the YMCA and sat there and read a newspaper and drank coffee. And Ole said, "That's not what I mean about going to the gym."
But I think he just said Georgia and the Carolinas. I remember Dad talking about how I guess Old Man Crockett told them that they could stay. They'd always have a place, so that they didn't have to pack their shit up and leave. And I mean, he always talked about that like that was a positive. I don't have to go anywhere. And you got these guys who are packing their families up every 3 or 6 months and having to go somewhere else. Why would you want to do that? And they were always on top and making money. So I think they were some of the better ones because of that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I never did any youth sports or anything. My brothers would play soccer and stuff, and if my dad was around on a Saturday and we'd go see their games, I'm a kid with my dad. He talking shit about these little kids kicking a ball around or.
Oh yeah, my dad hated soccer.
Yeah, so I never did that. I did the little karate classes all the time when I was a kid, and that I give credit to because we did so much. There was so much stretching and calisthenics and shit in that. So when I finally got to the weights, I was already pretty far ahead of a lot of 8th grade kids. Like I say, I played football, and that was only because I wanted to work out with lift weights. I played football in 9th grade on a team that went 0-10 and that was JV or whatever. We had a varsity team that ended up 0-20, I think, before they won a game while I was there. I had a football coach, the head coach. I couldn't stand that son of a bitch. I might have been 10th grade or 11th grade. I was already one of the stronger kids in the high school. And, I worked out pretty regularly, and I feel like I probably already knew more than him. I took a weight training class in high school. So give me another chance to work out. Well, that coach was the head of that thing. He says, well, today we're going to max on bench press. I said, well, shit, I did bench yesterday, coach. I can't do that. Well, no, you got to do it. Anyway, we went back and forth. I think I benched the bar or something, pissed him off. He once had tried to tell me how he'd worked out with my dad. Oh, you're full of shit. No, you didn't. Anyway, I never played football again. They chased me all through high school. The last I did was they had a weightlift. They did a powerlifting like fundraiser. So I took my 2 nerdy friends who worked out with me. So we got to enter that damn thing, right? So they had weight classes in it. So I was like, we're going to be in 3 weight classes. So anyway, yeah, so we won all our weight classes and beat the football players just to be an asshole.
Meetings of different interests. Both of your fathers for the territories that you were involved. But was there any stories? Like obviously all the promoters getting together, stuff like that. Anything, especially if when you got into the booking, like anything related to that?
I could just remember seeing pictures of the banquets out in Vegas, I think, and there was interaction. I know. My dad. Again, it was going to mostly be phone calls. I've got a few of his old phone books and things, and of course, there's numbers in there for Vince Senior and for Vern, or the old directories, with all the different offices and all around the world. Those things would be in the house. I might look at them and wonder, but I was never going to see TV from Hawaii. How you doing? Hey, good.
Just want the name on it?
Just on.
Was money. It wasn't. It was nothing about celebrity. I mean, I remember when some of the guys started to get little spots in movies. I remember going to see Paradise Alley specifically. You know, he took me to see it, and I knew that was one of the boys in the movie. But my dad would say, I feel like he had at least been approached to do different things. But he would say, I'm not going to go sit around on a movie set for 4 days and get paid this when I can work 4 times and get paid more wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had absolutely no interest in doing anything like that for like the celebrity or the status. He was, I remember, it was a Western TV show one time, probably in the 80s. I think it was Terry Funk who had a spot in it, maybe Wild Side or something like that. And my dad came downstairs and he was excited because Terry had told him if the show got picked up, he'd be making, 18,000 an episode or something. That was something that impressed Dad. But
All right, as Brad and Bryant are heading over to do another photo op, just under 1 hour left in the day for Brad and Bryant Anderson. Things are available. You guys can get the 8x10s you see on the screen here on the website, NWALegends.com, personalized to you, along with the FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. You can get all of that personalized for you with Brad and Bryant while they're still here till 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. All of that is available on the website, NWALegends.com. As we are walking down through wrestling history here today with Brad and Brian Anderson.
Told at 12 o'clock and 12 to 1. I'm just
16. Off on that. So grab something on the website. 12.
well,
Photos and what's happening right here in Charlotte. You can join NWALegends.com. Coming up this afternoon, we've got Zan Panzer from 12:30 to 1:30. And then Firebreaker Chip from 1 to 4 this afternoon here. Joining us here in Charlotte. Options for both of them are also on the website, NWALegends.com. Personalization options and free shipping within the domestic United States will go out this week if you order here today. And you can get your personalization options as well. So once again, we are strolling down, hearing all the history, hearing stories, talking tales of everything full of memories gone by in professional wrestling. as both Brad and Bryant brought their father's boots with them here to Charlotte this weekend. As people are coming over to say hi to both Brad and Bryant, you can be a part of this as well. On everything available, the 8x10s on the website, NWALegends.com, on the left-hand side.
Okay, sorry, I have people I have to.
Well,
What you need?
huh?
What you need?
No, that's fine. It's good. I'm Brandon.
Brandon,
Mine, sorry.
I'm sorry, it's just
So,
been,
talk about your father and the decision basically to, retire. How did that go back? When was the decision made? What was it like within the family? Like,
Yeah,
we're
that's
heading
a
towards
good
the end.
question.
Talk about that.
I was actually in Canada on a vacation. We got a phone call that dad had a stroke. And so we had to end our vacation early, came back. When we got there, dad was still in the hospital. And the first time I got there to the hospital, he was in one of those old hospital beds that had like the gimmick that like they would hang a broken foot with a triangular thing from. And actually the Iron Sheik was in there. And dad was so, his brain had been bobbled. He's sitting there swinging it, going, and it broke. The sheep started crying. He was like, "Oh Jesus, Gene."
Photo op here. Serious? As once again, Brad and Brian heading over to do a photo op. You can be a part of the festivities here in Charlotte this weekend. As you see on screen, different 8-10 options that can be signed and personalized for you. Available on the website, NWALegends.com. Hit the left-hand side. There'll be the options for Brad and Bryant and everybody else that will be here with us throughout the rest of the afternoon. The FanFest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available for autographs, personalization, all available on the website, NWALegends.com. Free shipping within the United States for ordering and go out to you this coming week. As the photo op area is the place to be at the moment. Brad and Bryant been very generous, sharing a lot of stories from years gone by, their fathers and their legendary wrestling careers for us here on the NWALegends.com live stream from Charlotte. What a weekend it has been so far, and we still got more left coming up here through the afternoon.
Okay. Shake. We have fans that love it still. Sorry.
Change after.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dad, he was not in good shape. And like I said, the Sheik was crying. That was crazy. Um, he tried to make a comeback later on, but he just was unable to. So I guess about 84 was his last match. I mean, he was pretty much done by 80. I think was when that happened. If what?
Your father worked with. What do you mean? Yeah.
I don't.
We get both, small, right across there. The specific pen. Yeah, right above, yeah. Bunch, I got chairs, photos, so I'll keep coming in, I'll do it one by one.
Let's focus on this for the moment.
I think Greg told me I'm not supposed to do any Brad Anderson stuff, and I'm saying hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think he's. All right.
Get him over there. Okay.
Sitting here waiting for somebody to walk up.
So too, I don't know. Later.
Makes time go by faster, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And last time I was here, they weren't drawing at all. I guess it was 2011 or 12.
Yeah. Awesome.
First on these, we're doing the blue Sharpie. These ones just for you, big Zan pans.
Sand.
Yeah, on each one.
See if I can even spell that.
You get
Hey.
to your table.
Go up top.
While they're
right,
doing that,
and
you can get your 8x10s be personalized for you while they're still here on the website, NWALegends.com.
Yeah, I'm checking them out though still, and I think it's a pretty big deal also. If you're interested, although it might take some time to decompress after this.
Get chipped any longer wrist. Right back.
Holy shit.
Lady.
Bill Eadie's always been a great guy to me. He always, my mom's name was Edie, and he always used to say, "We got something in common, my last name and your mom's first name." But I remember the last time we were in Anderson, South Carolina, working, and some police officer came in, and Bill was standing next to me, and this police officer was one of those old country ones, and he was talking about how. Uh, this police officer was like, "Yeah, I was here back in whatever 1978, and them Anderson boys were here, and that one that used to always twitch his head, he got smart with me, and I had to fix him." And Bill looked at me and he said, "Well, you don't realize you're talking.
You do it.
You're talking to.
So you do it right here.
You're talking to Brad Anderson's son, right, or Gene Anderson's son, right here." And Bill turns around and said, "You might have some unfinished business with this fella," but he was always such a professional and just, a true class gentleman. That's always what I remember from him.
I don't have anything really to add about Bill specifically. I just, from what I know, I think my father respected Bill and liked him. I guess the closest I have to a story is we used to run into his wife in the grocery store. So just random. I think he must have lived close enough by Roswell or something like that at the time. But
Any that really stood out? The father. Anybody else beyond them stood out for you?
I
We
can,
say we're fans of them.
I can say I was a huge Roddy Piper fan when he was in the Atlantic. And I used to go down to the office sometimes with my dad because he was in the office. And Dad would always open the people's mail.
I got one. You should pay for that. Yeah, just to dab it. There's mustard.
And he would show me the pictures some of the fans would send in. But so people would make T-shirts also. And I remember Piper one day got a T-shirt, and he knew I was a big fan of his, and he threw it to me. He's like, "Here, you keep this." And like, I treasured that T-shirt forever. He was always so cool to me.
Just keep it there for about a minute. We'll give you yellow for this one. Right across the chest.
That wasn't much of a chest back then, but
I like the haircut.
I was 18 years old. That's 1988, brother. Same thing. That was at a Greg Price show, actually, I think. 88, maybe 89. This, I think, was in Marshville, North Carolina. And my dad came with me to watch. And he showed up with,
That one I'm going to give you a different color.
okay, he showed up with just flip-flops on.
Is that even you?
Yeah, that's me.
Baby.
Um,
I know, baby face.
no, I wasn't a baby. And Greg, I think it was Greg's show, but either way, they wanted Dad to end up in the finish in the match. I think I was working with Bobby Fulton. It was an independent show, obviously, and they had Dad hop in the ring and with his flip-flops on and help him to finish in this picture that or the one that I just signed.
I think I'll give you a yellow for the one on these here.
Oh my God, this is. I do have a great break-in story I can tell you real quick. That just when they would do tryouts up at Nelson's place, they would beat guys unmercifully. And this one guy was bragging about how afterwards he was going to throw a cocaine party for everybody. And your dad hated drugs.
Yep.
My dad too. And he kept on saying that. And Dad got so mad, he jumped out of his chair. He had on flip-flops then too. And I wasn't there for this, but this is a notorious story. You'll even in George South's book. he beat that guy's face into the mat so bad that there was a puddle of blood and they kept it there like forever, just like as a reminder of, hey, yeah, watch what you say around here. I mean, anybody who went through that school will know that story.
Yeah. I was just saying, you talk about the drugs. I remember that too, and I think my dad must talk about that in his book. I haven't read it in a long time, but just middle '80s when he was trying to keep things going there. I guess before Vince, when they started running Ohio, and I think my dad was kind of naive, and he wasn't good at picking up on the signs. So I think he had Bob Roop maybe, helping clue him into when guys were on whatever shit they might be on.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was having guys wrecking cars and missing towns, and it just absolutely hated that. I mean, I got warned off of drugs and steroids, shit, from the time I can remember. I don't know if I regret that now, but might have been easier to gain some weight. Anyhow, yeah, he was very Nancy Reagan about it.
Understand that. Brian, a question for you. So, your dad obviously was involved heavily in your booking in his later years. Did he ever share any of that with you, or even once you got right there?
Okay. Well, hell, I'm up now. It's fine.
It's hard as you speaking it up.
Okay, all right.
I don't think I got
All right.
enough of
Oh,
one.
okay.
I think I know more about the
It's
business
better for me to
today
sit
than I
down.
did when
Okay.
I was trying to be a part of it. And that's in part due to, I think things like this,
You got pins for
some of the
me?
podcasts. I think maybe that I had the opportunity to come around just 8 or 10 years later and be at a place like OVW. With Jimmy Cornette and stuff. Cornette actually taught me things in the time that I was working for him,
Okay.
in terms of promos and things like that, and how to, manage the cadence of what you're saying. And,
Like this.
Okay.
we were,
All right.
I
Gotcha.
don't remember if we were in Knoxville or
Against that.
I got
Kingsport,
you.
or somewhere that he was running.
No, not up
And
there.
we did a little deal one night after the match where I got on the mic to say whatever, blah, 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 which is kind of hard to do after you just went 20 minutes. But anyway,
Right.
as soon as I got in the back, Jimmy pulled me to the side, and he gave me this talk about, how
All right,
to
10-4.
talk, how, to slow down, to give yourself pause. And so, it was just a very simple piece of advice, but something that was just so practical and so right. And the fact that, I've already been in the business for a year and a half or whatever at that point, and nobody's ever taken the time to teach in that way.
Well, I appreciate you being such a fan. This is
Honestly, I think
awesome.
my dad was probably just beyond the point of having a lot of interest when I came in, and I don't fault him for that, but I think it had burned
It's
him,
great to
that
hear
past
that,
10
man.
years really
They seem to
had
be a
been
bit
one,
forgotten.
burn
because
after
of
the other. But yeah, I think there's a lot more knowledge. Well, obviously a lot more knowledge with the public and everybody now, but yeah, I don't think we had a really good learning environment at that time. I mean, he gave me an opportunity to do something, put me out there for a lot more time, gave me a lot more promo
Where you
time,
wanted that. Maybe that whole right there.
and he was somebody, who I didn't realize at the time how young he was. He would have only been in his early 30s when we were doing all of that, but he really approached it from a studious perspective. And it was only years later that I kind of understood that, and then I can put some of my own memories with that knowledge and realized, I was experiencing
Right.
that at the time. And I wish I would have had a little bit more opportunity in that sense.
All right.
I wish a little more opportunity had been in existence. But even so, at that time, I felt like it was not going to be what I thought it was going to be. So.
You see it right in there, or you want a little bit bigger?
Is that okay right there?
Honestly, I don't remember
Right
if
there.
I ever worked with Bob. The time I was there, Jim Ross was doing the interviews and everything. So that was when he'd gotten I guess Bell's palsy or with his face. You know how he's got the issues.
All right.
Yeah, so I guess he was between things at that
All right.
point. So I remember doing most everything with Jim.
No.
I wasn't expecting all of this, my man.
This one's pulled out a live rod.
I mean,
Filming everything
again,
fine.
I think
No
we
one
were
else
probably
does it
separate
like
dressing
that.
rooms. I probably only talked to Tracy when we were in the ring. The first night in, I believe we were in Morristown. Oh, what the heck was that place called? Tally Ward, I think. Anyway, I don't know if I hadn't been working too much in the months ahead. Yeah, I took it off. I thought it might be sinking down too low. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so just first night in, I haven't worked a whole lot in the last month. I'm probably in not great
No,
shape.
I
Golly.
was supposed to be 1:30. I'm supposed to switch over to St.
Okay.
at 12:30.
All right.
Actually.
Where do you want me to go?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll stick around for a little bit. If
So I would say live right there.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll do what.
Tender sign if I guess this.
Oh. Yeah, I need a bathroom
first night
break.
I don't think I'd probably even met Tracy. Jim says, I want you to 20-minute Broadway. So out we go.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Did you need any more Brad Anderson sign? Okay.
Oh, well, you
Yeah,
said it's a quick
yeah.
one. I'm trying to live up to it.
Greg said once I'd do Zampans not to sign Brad Anderson, but I mean, I'll get it done before I switch. Or yeah, yeah. Okay. All right.
I think I did the.
He's got a couple for me to time.
I'll
I'll
switch
switch
this
out,
time.
and then I'm gonna take.
Fitting right in here.
More space here.
I'm gonna take 5 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, that certainly seemed like it was getting to be the end. I mean, at that point, I don't think I. Struggling a little bit. Was there anything else? And I don't feel like the independent scene was really a scene as much yet. You know, I mean, I think I was still referring to that as outlaws.
Right. I think that's an absolute. He did it there, so you do it right below.
All right. Which was
He did it.
right there.
Yep, you did it right there. Yep.
All right.
Photo of you. Time left to get your 8x10 signed. Get it personalized for you, available on the website, NWALegends.com. Got Brad and Bryant until 1 p.m. coming up. And then we will have Dan Panzer coming up this afternoon, along with Firebreaker Chip. Dan Panzer's coming up to 1:30. And then Firebreaker Chip from 1 to 4 this afternoon. On the website,
gonna have an
on the west side,
appetite when we get done with this.
NWALegends.com.
Okay. 15 minutes.
NWALegends.com are the options available. Free shipping within the United States will go out this week, along with the Legends Fan Fest DVD set available, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all those available to be signed and personalized on NWALegends.com. Plenty of time still left to be a part of what's going on here in Charlotte. We will shout you out here on the stream as your order is being signed. You don't want to miss out. All the fun and festivities going on here. Get your orders in on NWALegends.com. I'll take it. I got you.
Nope. No, I like I said, I think I felt like the writing was on the wall. I gave anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Neither one of those things ever panned out. And so I just moved on to other things. I ended up moving to Minnesota later that same year. And I think I went to one show while I was in Minnesota, and that's the last time I was at a wrestling match. And that would have been 1996, 95 maybe.
So there's small, it's like they're south.
Okay.
Tone.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I can't really remember how I got involved in that. Like I said earlier, that was a hell of a miserable day because I somehow got tasked with getting a ring, and I rented a U-Haul truck. I got some kid who was down at the power plant. Jody Hamilton had a ring in a shed in the back of his house down in Jonesboro, which meant we had to carry that damn thing piece by piece, you know, through his backyard and around. It was a hell of a lot of work. We got up there, put the ring together, and I was going to work, like you say, with Tully. So we did all that, and I guess by about lunchtime or whatever, we all got together at a local TV station, I remember, to do promos that day. And that night, worked with Tully, I think 4 times. We did a little angle at the end of that where I jumped on Tully, like calling me a snot-nosed kid, you son of a bitch. And I think that was before I went to work for Cornette, which may be why we never did anything with that little angle. And you tell me, whatever happened to that attempt? I did just fizzled as far as I know.
I think there was much more to it.
Yeah, I think didn't Crockett have an ice cream store or something at that time? Yeah, I at least got paid that night in a big pile of crumbled up $5 bills. I think I might have done all that for $200 or something. It was just another reason why I thought, yeah, because I didn't want to starve to death in the wrestling business. I remember when I was at WCW, we were doing TV in Orlando, and a bunch of the boys are out at the swimming pool, you know, having a nice time. Those were some nice trips there for that, because there was a lot of time at the pool. But I was sitting with Steve Austin and maybe a couple other people, and Steve was talking about his time in Memphis. This is probably why I didn't try to call Memphis, when he was talking about sleeping in the car and eating a bag of raw potatoes. Huh?
All right. While Brian is over doing a photo op once again. Yeah, they'll sign it over here. We sign it over here. Limited time left to be able to get your personalization from Brad and Brian Anderson. 8x10s are available on the website, NWALegends.com on the left-hand side. Free shipping within the United States. Free shipping within the United States. Ordering this weekend, we'll get your personalization here on stream. Give you a shout out on stream. On the website as well, the Legends Fan Fest DVD set. Some great matches on those Fan Fest set. Along with the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. All those options available on the website for you. Well, to be a part of what is going on here in Charlotte. On the website, NWALegends.com. Yeah, please. Thank you. As Brian's talking, once he's done talking, many options available. You can see here the 8x10 on screen for Brian to sign here in a minute as he's having a conversation with his father's boots in his hand. Wrestling royalty.
Like a lot of these older guys, by the time I came around, just grandpa type of guy. I mean, Jody didn't have a whole lot to say. I wish I would have known some of his career when I had a chance to be around him, but I had no idea that he'd started so young and done some of the things that he did. Honestly, until the modern age, hearing things on podcasts and reading some of the historical stuff that's been collected and mined for coming up, I think because of kayfabe and everything. I mean, nobody was going to write anything down. Nobody was going to, make any record of anything because that would expose the business. So it's just, I hate that the business is exposed like it is and that it is what it is now, but it's also very interesting, to be able to learn a lot of the things that I've been able to learn. I mean, yeah, probably. I think if I would have had a broader awareness, I guess, of the business and approached it a little differently too, because I was always very reserved, I think, in a lot of the ways. I knew I was going to have to be where I had to be, and I had to be there on time, and I had to do what I needed to do. But I mean, I wasn't taking advantage of any of the extracurricular. I think I was also coming around at a time when there was just a lot of maneuvering going on in the back amongst all these damn snakes, and here I am, just a 22-year-old kid trying to find my way. So that probably didn't help me either. I probably should have gone and starved in Memphis for a couple of months. Probably would have done me good, but by the same token, 90, 93, 94, WCW was kind of on its ass. And then I remember when they got Hogan. I mean, I was there at TV. I was in the back when Hogan came in from the set of whatever that TV show he was doing. Military kind of fatigues he had on something. Anyway, it's the only time I ever saw Hogan in real life. He was down the hall yakking at Bischoff. The next thing I know, we've all got new Hulk Hogan T-shirts delivered down to the power plant. And the next thing I know after that, I'm fired. A bunch of us got let go. So, but I mean, I got to work with several different people, I guess. I'm going to draw a blank now that you're trying to make me think about it, but it was not a terrible environment, I guess. You know, they brought in those fake crowds, but at least there was a crowd. I suppose to an extent, but also I'll say that I think I was so green that I don't know that I had a full awareness of what was going on. And at that point, too, unlike the house shows, there were times when we were getting a little bit more instruction, you know, depending on who you're working with. Because some of those guys were gonna, you know, okay, let's this, and they'd even call out a whole match in the back. And so now your brain is just working overtime, trying to make sure you hit your mark and do what you need to do, or be in position. I mean, take Scorpios, whatever the hell that thing was. Oh, shit. Okay, where do I need to be again? You know, stuff like that was a little different. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was definitely less seat of your pants. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like now. I mean, we never rehearsed anything, so to speak, but in your head, you had to try to keep track. Yeah, I mean, I remember it didn't end up happening. Yeah, it didn't end up happening, but I was, we were at TV down there in Florida, and Flair took me and said, "Okay, we're going to give you a win on the TV tomorrow." Okay, great. Well, it didn't end up happening, and I've been pissed at Flair ever since. But I remember that night. I know, shit, I'm the heel. I'm going to win on TV. They're going to give me 10 minutes or whatever. I'm just going crazy in my head, trying to think about what this match should look like, you know. And again, like I say, at that point, there was nobody going to help you with any of it. It was all on you. So it was. I want to say 4 usually, maybe 5. I don't even know what from some syndicated show or another. I don't know. I hardly ever saw any of those tapes. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, our time is closing short here with Brad and Brian Anderson. About 15 minutes left with them. Last chances coming up to grab something on the website that will personalize it and sign it for you right here on the live stream. NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, you'll see the options for them. You'll see the options for Zan Panzer. You'll see the options for Firebreaker Chip. Our guests here today, free domestic shipping in the United States will go out this week, along with the Legends Fan Fest DVD set and the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. All those options on the website, NWALegends.com. No, sign. Time is running short. Oh.
I could have. Yeah.
Anything you think you would?
Hard to say what I would have done differently, because a lot of the decisions I made were because of things that were beyond me at the time. You know, if I had come up 10 years early and there'd still been a territory system, I think it probably would have been a lot different. Because I think I had the potential to possibly do something a little bit in the business. I think, you know, I was just, you know, something about my dad. My dad didn't break in until he was 25, almost 26 years old. You know, I'm straight off the damn school bus practically. You know, Brad's 18. I can't imagine, but I felt like 22 years old. Look at the age of these guys now. You know, they're you know, 30s and 40s and 50s. I mean, shit. I mean, I think Jericho and I might have almost the same birthday. How the hell's that guy still? I think about that sometimes, and I can't imagine it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Well, I mean, it's a very different athletic skill set, I think. You know, I think I probably could have bench pressed or squatted more than a lot of the guys today, but I wasn't going to be able to jump off as high of things. I'm scared of heights anyhow. So, yeah, it's a very different world. That's it. My first TV match just popped into my head. People I got to wrestle. I wrestled Brian Pillman the first time I was on TV, right? And I mean, I haven't looked at that match in 1,000 years. I just remember we were out in, I think, Louisiana doing a loop. And I was with Steve Regal and superstar Bill Dundee, who I didn't know had ever been a wrestler. I spent a week in a car with those two guys, and Bill was he was like the valet or the butler or something for Steve. Yeah, I didn't know until years later that he'd been a wrestler. I guess, oh, I mean, I didn't know he was big enough to be a wrestler. I mean, I thought I was too small. Hell, I had my first pair of wrestling boots, I had a half-inch of lift in them. I mean, which was a hard thing to learn how to run the ropes in damn boots like that. But anyway, yeah, so, yeah, we were out there, and I think we'd just gotten into our hotel room. They turned on the TV, and I got to see that match. But I can't remember if it was a draw kick or something off the top that Pillman did to me. Fucking dislocated my jaw practically. I couldn't bite down for a month. But, you know, I mean, I guess, those guys are remembered for something. Or like I was saying earlier, you know, Steve Austin sitting there telling that story several years later after he had, you know, happened in New York. I was reading the same story in a Rolling Stone interview. It was just kind of surreal when things like that happen.
All right. As Bryant has a photo op, we got Zan Panzer here at the table signing his autographs. He is signing a mask here. Still have options available on the website NWALegends.com. Free domestic shipping throughout the United States, along with the FanFest DVD set, Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. Those options are available for you. I think we may have more photo ops. More photo ops. We have,
I think I beer.
yes, ton of water. So go ahead and head over there right now. All right, more photo ops coming. Brian Anderson, Zan Panzer. Options for both of them on the website, NWALegends.com. Plenty of options available to be a part of what's going on here in Charlotte.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been good to be out here and see a lot of familiar old faces that I didn't know I'd ever see again in my life. So I probably have to say a few hellos before I get out of here. But yeah, it's been a lot. It's amazing that people still have so much interest after all these years.
one that ordered them from. Thank you.
That's Zan Panzer.
I got Zan Panzer.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Take care. Appreciate it. So yeah, it's amazing to see so many people still out here, and it's been a good time. I appreciate getting invited. Good to see Brad after.
Here's Brad.
We figured he's a guy that was over here a little while ago, Mr. Panzer. We figured probably 35, 36 years since we've seen each other.
It's amazing. Yeah. See, it's just nothing but.
Yeah. Good. I don't know if I've ever met Greg Price. I think we were going to meet here today, but except for his mom's having problems, so. Yeah, and Brad vouched for him. We're getting close to wrap up here. Yes, a shitty time. Yes, everything was changing, but a lot of the boys were still there who yeah, it hadn't gone completely to pot yet in the in-ring because, yeah, there were still so many guys that had learned and knew how to work. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, and when you say the power plant, I was at the power plant before they figured out how to do anything in that sort of an environment. You know, it was not really, I never heard anybody talk about going to a wrestling school, for instance. You know, you'd go to a tryout maybe, but
Well, once a month.
it's, yeah. Maybe I wish that some of the corporate things hadn't been happening while I was around. I wish that even WCW in that time had still been run a little bit more like a wrestling office would have been run 10 years earlier. I think that would have been an environment where you could have found your way a lot more successfully, because it was so much more. You're trying to learn to be a wrestler. You're trying to learn how to do moves, to call matches, and do all those kind of things, while you're also trying to navigate, you know, this backstabbing corporate sort of environment that, you know, you're just completely unprepared for. I mean, you never thought about that aspect of it growing up, even in the business, because that aspect of it really wasn't there yet. So you got hit in the face with a lot of new shit, and it was a pain. Like I say, that's why I said, yeah, I'm gonna be done. When I was at the power plant, Dwayne Bruce was his name. Little guy, yeah, Sarge, little fire plug, yeah. Good guy, no offense to him. And another guy whose name is escaping me right now, who I don't know if he ever did anything more than jobs on TV. I mean, those were the main instructors. So that's, I mean, I guess I think that kind of speaks for itself. You know, they could show you some basic shit, but yeah, Jody, hell, I don't even remember Jody. I know he did get in the ring, but it wasn't much. Occasionally when my dad would be around, you know, he'd show some things that were, but, you know, very specific, you know, do this thing that way. And then we'd have a few of the boys that were active roster coming in from time to time, but not a lot. Not a lot at all. Dallas Page, probably the most of anybody. And I think when I started, Dallas was not working. I think he was just trying to get a job again. I think he'd been let go and was trying to get picked back up again. So yeah, it's just not the right environment. Like I say, I know so much more about the business, you know, years later, and I think that knowledge would have helped to be in the business a lot. And yeah, and you know, I did the different loops I did, you know, a week here or a week there or whatever, and I got called up to do that more than most of those guys that were in that place, you know, and it wasn't nearly enough. So,
Take time.
all right.
So no.
Okay. Yeah, didn't know what to expect. Greg sent some very short, cryptic little text messages, and here you are.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, guys. So that'll do it with Brian and Anderson. Thank you, guys. So we are going to take a short, brief intermission. We will be back with Firebreaker Chip at 1:25 p.m. Hang with us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Triple X.
And we are back here on the NWALegends.com live stream from Charlotte. As we have Zanpanzer here for another few minutes, but with us right now, and we're going to be with us until 4 o'clock this afternoon, is Firebreaker Chip. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you guys.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you here.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
So as we are started, so I guess my opening question is, see, as we're starting here this afternoon on the live stream, is take us back to the beginning. How did it all start? How'd you get into the business?
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
You
Let's
really,
go.
you want
Yeah.
me to go back that far?
Yes.
I'll tell you how it was then. I had a private security business on Sugar Mountain, and
Keep on, keep on.
oh, and my ex-wife and I were watching it on TV. Well, I'd met Rick, Tully, and Arn years earlier when I worked at the Gold's Gym. My wife and I were ex-wife, keyword ex-wife, were watching it on TV, and I said, I think I can do that. She said, oh, you cannot. I said, I think I can. So I didn't say another word. Next day, I got up and called Jim Crockett Promotions, and they happened to be having a tryout a week or later. And so I went and tried out. There was like 60 of us try out. They only kept 4 out of the 60. So then I walked into the dressing room, and there's Rick, Tully, and Iron, and I was their personal trainer when they.
So you got a photo op. So it's going to be breaks as we go along.
All right,
So yeah, go take off and then go that, and then we'll pick up when you come back.
all right, that's the deal.
And hey, can we get, huh? Can we get break? No, can we get? Yes. All right, as Firebreaker Chip is off to do a photo op. 8x10s of Firebreaker Chip are available on the website NWALegends.com, along with the Legends Fan Fest DVD set and the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle. Options available for you on the website NWALegends.com. Try to get a couple of posters up real quick for the time in that bed. Then we should be good with that. Because it's 1:30, it's 1:28, here to 1:30. He's grabbing them here right now. Yep. The white one. We get the white. We get the white one here. Give me those. We'll take this for you. Thank you. As Zan Panzer is finishing up his time with us for today. Cool. Plenty of options on the website still, as Firebreaker Chip has joined us for the rest of the afternoon until 4 o'clock. Zan Panzer signing the last couple things here. Plenty of options available. Free shipping within the United States for those who order online. We'll go out to you this week. Once again, NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side of the webpage, as you can see, Firebreaker Chip there. In the photo op area. Plenty of time. We got 2.5 hours remaining in the day today. plenty of people lining up, and you can be part of this too with your 8x10, personalized 8x10 purchase on the website. We'll sign up for you right here on the live stream. Give you a shout out here on the stream as well as Firebreaker Chip signing everything for you here. Signing those 8x10s, NWALegends.com.
I'll put it down.
Options here is Firebreaker Chip signing. Hey. I think you're good to go.
Like something.
As Firebreaker Chip signing up here. How are you? Good.
How's that, man? It's me to thank you. Cause I haven't done this in some years. What's up, brother? Russian Nightmare? Drinking on you for all these years.
Firebreaker Chip signing the 8x10. We have his 8x10s available on the website.
Nikita and I are right behind you about 50 feet, and you won't be able to miss our banner. Come and see us.
All right, I will.
There you go.
It's good seeing you, brother.
Come see us.
Got the Russian Nightmare, Nikita Koloff right behind me there.
I'll sign them up.
This Chip is signing 8x10s a lot here. But you can see on screen some of the 8x10 options that we have. You can see on the website, NWALegends.com, what we have available. He will personalize and sign for you right here on the live stream, free shipping within the United States about this week. NWALegends.com.
I was looking at the one. I told him to handle it all. I said, I trust you to contemplate it down with me. Okay, well then, or you can tell him. Really, I've seen him for 5 minutes, and then they rushed me here, and he's over there.
Firebreaker Chip interacting with the fans that are here at the NBA Legends booth.
We're absolutely. Are you still in? No, I live in the mountains in Wisconsin. Yeah. Here, Boone. Yeah.
Chip having himself a great time here signing his 8x10s. Meeting with the people here, and you can have it yourself over on the website, NWALegends.com. Left-hand side will show you the options.
These were some
Get
good
it personalized for you.
days. Is that it? It's all mine. Like, I keep. Think anybody ever on it? Oh, hey, I appreciate it, man. What's that? Put it up here or here? You can
Firebreaker chips signing more 8x10s.
Let's hold on 1 second. I'm gonna change.
We need a different pin than this.
Yeah, we need that.
Yeah, all right.
Plenty of options available. Wow, that Polaroid. I haven't seen a Polaroid photo in years.
Yeah, we took that picture together in 1991.
1991. Wow.
Boy, ain't it? He sure has grown up. I got old.
I'm gonna use the same pen. These right across your chest.
All right.
I'm not liking how his paint pen's starting to turn. Same
Plenty
way
of more options on the website, NWALegends.com. You can be a part of this yourself here. Left-hand side of the page, free shipping within the United States. For one.
This it's the best sharpie on the market.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. Bicycle.
Like real good. Hey, I appreciate you coming
No,
out.
I
I'm
really
glad to see you
appreciate
again 35 years later.
I know. Oh my God. We're getting old.
Yep. I've had this long enough, they might as well just put the damn thing in the casket with me.
Oh Lord.
All right.
Hey, I really do.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
I'll
you, sir.
put it, yeah. I help.
See Chip interacting with people here. So
Still have
getting their
that
8x10
thing.
signed.
What,
You can get yours too, NWALegends.com.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I grew up spin shining boxes.
Yeah.
I was a guy for the last 6 years of my life. He entertained the trees.
John retired.
Oh, man. How you doing today?
Fine, how you?
I'm doing great. You want me to sign it across the chest?
Oh, yeah.
Once again, we're going to have Firebreaker Chip here with us until 4 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. Get your order in for your personalized 8x10. The options for the 8x10s on the website, NWALegends.com. Free shipping within the United States will go out this week.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, we can. Sure can, brother.
Firebreaker Chip signing away here.
We can do it. Yeah. All right, later. All right, never mark, I can do it. Cheers. Hey.
Photo ops for you here if you want to hop up over there for a couple.
All right.
And then we'll bring you back over here in a minute.
Tell you what, I had 3 knee replacements and I can't earn. One.
Right, yep. So you can see that one along with the other options available here for Firebreaker Chip for design on the website, NWALegends.com. Firebreaker Chip interacting with everyone. He's having such a good time. Here as he's meeting with the fans. You can be a part of this too. Got the fire, got the fire helmet, his United States Tag Team Championship belt with him. And they'll be right with him when he signs your 8x10 available on the website NWALegends.com on the left-hand side.
Left one.
Here. You missing that one?
Goodness.
Yeah, if it's easier for you to stand right now,
Yeah.
instead of getting up and down, we'll do it that way for
Yeah,
now.
it is.
And when it slows down, we'll sit down, right?
Okay, yeah.
Firebreaker Chip signing the custom trading card there. But he's got the fire helmet. He's got his fire helmet. He's got his United States Tag Team Championship belt. 8x10 options on the website, NWALegends.com. Join in. As you can see in the lower left-hand part of the screen there, Firebreaker Chip, as he is interacting with people as they are coming by here. You'll plenty of options available. Signing a mini football helmet. Wow. Sign it, showing it to them. But we have options for those of you who are not here in Charlotte. We have those options available on the website, NWALegends.com. Breaker Chip meeting and greeting here in Charlotte. As he, Firebreaker Chip, head back over to the photo op area. Plenty of options for you all that aren't here in Charlotte to be a part of this. NWALegends.com has what you need on the left-hand side of the
I'm
screen.
glad you put them there, 'cause I forgot about
Nope,
them.
I got
I'm like,
you.
where
I got you.
sign across the chest? All right.
Chip heads back over to the photo op area. Your opportunity is still here for about the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. NWALegends.com on the left-hand side as Chip grabs his helmet and his United States Tag Team Championship belt. Former United States Tag Team Champion in WCW. NWALegends.com on the left-hand side. Free shipping domestically in the United States. We'll ship out to you this week to get your order personalized with a shout out here on the stream.
That's right. Yep. You know, dirty Dutch man. Yeah, I sure did.
More of the cards.
This was the very first year. What if I sign it this way?
Firebreaker Chip mentioning that the card he's signing right now is the very first trading card of him.
Matt.
It's actually, I've had them forever.
Oh, really?
I think this one actually selling some of yours right back down there on the corner.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't have any of them. I do it.
Anything.
Oh, I appreciate it, brother. Thanks, big man.
This Firebreaker Chip heads back over for another photo op. We got a line here. Firebreaker Chip. Popular, and you can join in on this here on the website, NWALegends.com. Here, bring it over here. Get him to bring it over here. Sign it here on the table.
Where do you want me to sign it at?
Just, over here or anywhere you can find the spot.
How about right here?
A Battle Bowl Lethal Lottery poster. Ow.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Plenty of options available. You can be a part of this. NWALegends.com on the left-hand side to give you your options for your personalized signed 8x10s, free shipping in the United States this week. I'll hold that for you.
Okay.
I'm so glad you brought that.
Let me put this right here.
Get that John Hancock on it. I got one for Captain's Corner done in Firebreakers.
Yeah.
So sign that.
I will. I'm gonna sign it up this way.
That's no problem. Look, Todd's supposed to be here too?
Todd's here. Todd's in another room over.
Okay, okay. He can't come sit with his buddy.
Well, I just get another promotion. Hey, no, I appreciate it.
I'll text him. Yeah, good. Well, coming soon. I want to do it soon. Hey, look at me. I'm reaching.
You see here, Firebreaker Chip signing that 8x10 and NWALegends.com. Got you taken care of. Firebreaker Chip here till 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Look here. Thank you. Oh, well.
Look, Coach Jim,
Chip is heading back over for another photo op. Chip. Let's continue here. Plenty of options. So sets down the fire helmet. Set it right here. Set it right here. It's right there for you. As Chip is signing a United States Heavyweight Championship replica belt. You can get your 8x10 on NWALegends.com.
you need a white. There we go.
On the left-hand side.
That one.
Right.
Got right beside Todd.
Yep. Sir.
I'll give you an email address for a guy for a better. You want a better one?
Oh. Looking at good. If you can find some good, you have to look on there.
I'll
This
give you.
good.
I'll give you a website when we're done today where you can get better.
Oh, really? That'd
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Chip asking about the belt that the person has. And we have plenty of options. NWALegends.com. We'll be able to take care of you till 4 o'clock today. Firebreaker Chip here. Firebreaker Chip, very popular here, as we have closing in on 2 hours left. On the left-hand side of the website, NWALegends.com has the 8x10 options available for you to choose from. Personalization, and a shout out here on stream mentioning it. Free shipping in the United States will go out this week. Chip being amazing to everybody coming over here. Plenty of options available on the website. You can join in the fun too. Get your personalized signed 8x10, the Legends Fan Fest DVD set, Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available on NWALegends.com. Firebreaker Chip here till 4 today.
That's even better. I wish I was that young. Thank you.
Chip head backs over for another photo op. So much fun, and you can be a part of it too. NWALegends.com.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What a nice marker. This is the one that's really good. Yeah. Okay, I can do it. How about if I sign it up through here? You tell me.
Sign it, not me.
All right. I can do it.
Still plenty of time as we have Chip here for 2 more hours till 4 o'clock Eastern time. As he heads back over to the photo op. Plenty of options, NWALegends.com. Be a part of what's going on here in Charlotte. You can see that 8x10 on screen as one of the options available on the website. Free domestic shipping inside the United States will go out this week.
Champion with it.
Oh,
Chip, meeting and greeting here. The NWA Legends table here in Charlotte, and you can be a part of it too. Getting your 8x10 on the website, NWALegends.com on the left-hand side. Free shipping domestically will go out this week. Gets back over for another photo op. Still time till 4 o'clock. Get your order in, get it personalized and signed right here on stream with the shout out. NWALegends.com on the left hand side of the page.
Again.
Very chip person coming through, taking a moment or two. As he's signing the items for everybody, you can join in too on NWALegends.com, left hand side of the screen. Get your 8x10. Personalization, and a shout out. We'll shout you out on stream. We're here till 4 o'clock with Firebreaker Chip.
Get in my way, brother. Patriots across the bottom for me. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Awesome Halloween Havoc poster here.
Another thing. Still me. Not in the area. It's pretty empty.
Busy man here at the NWA Legends here in Charlotte. You can join us too. 8x10s available. Personalization and signature on the website, NWALegends.com, left hand side. free shipping in the United States go out this week?
Haven't worked a long time, so. This is everything. That's why. You're not an issue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Curtis Thompson. Yeah.
That's when I first started.
Right.
I mean, really first started.
Right.
I mean, sign it, Curtis, I'll sign it Curtis Thompson.
Yeah, if you could, yes.
No, here,
That's good. Mm-hmm.
let's sign this one.
Oh, that'd be nice. Thank you. And this is for Harvard.
Yes, sir. No.
Sign, there's still time for you to get your 8x10 little options here. You see it on screen. And you can also take a look at the options on the website, NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, free shipping domestically in the United States. We're going to have Firebreaker Chip with us here until 4 o'clock. No, take a load on. If you want to start signing these, we can talk while you're signing.
I can do it, man.
Get you around, my friend. Yeah, you want to use the blue pen, please.
I can
What
do it.
Greg wants. Here, before you do that, put that on real quick. We'll talk. That way, we'll talk while you're signing.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little flip.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't get it to the shirt.
Trust me, I get you. All right, so you're good. So before all of that, we were talking. So Jim Crockett Promotions. When you got started in the business in the beginning.
Well, I met Tully, Arn, and Rick in the gym, where I was a personal trainer. And Tully asked me one time she said, you ever thought about wrestling? I'm like, no, that's your guys' gig. So I, about 3 or 4 years later, I went and tried out, made it, seen him in the locker room, and it started from there.
So what was your first impressions like when what you got in? Like, you know?
Listen, Rick and Tully and Arn,
Yeah.
they took good care of me. I mean, I knew them from the gym, and they just, I'll come in and I just felt at home. But they took very good care of me. They told me what's what, and how to do this and how to do that, and mind your P's and Q's, and do a good job, and you'll progress from there. And I just got lucky enough, and they took good care of me, and I progressed, and then I went to different territories.
It's here as we go along. To Puerto Rico.
Oh, I love Puerto Rico.
Talk about it.
I would move there today. I love Puerto Rico so much that I married a Spanish woman. And but Puerto Rico was unbelievable. I was Angel Blanco, the white angel, and it's just heaven sent for me. They took good care of me. I did commercials, Medallion Beer. I did commercials for them there. And it was unbelievable. They took very good care of me. It got to the point where you couldn't hardly walk the street because they'd stop the cars and come out, and, you know. But it was fun. I loved it.
So, you went to Stampede.
I went to Stampede Wrestling.
Talk to Calgary.
I love Calgary. It's cold.
Yeah.
Cold. But those guys took really good care of me. And I was there at the end of Calgary. And I left there. I left Calgary. And I went to Portland, Oregon. And Portland, Oregon was heaven sent too. But every territory I've ever been, they've always been so good to me.
Okay.
And I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Okay. Any matches that stick out that come to mind in that era?
Lethal Larry Cameron was their heavyweight champion, and I was his bodyguard. And Lethal Larry taught me a lot of how to be a heel. And it was eye-opening experience how everybody does work differently. It was a great job. And Stu, all the stories you hear about Stu, they're all true. But he was such a great guy to me. But you don't want to go to the dungeon.
That was going to be my next question. Did you ever go down
And he
there?
tried to get me to go to the dungeon probably 5 or 6 different times.
Really?
And I was like, no, because I'd already heard about it. Because he tried to get you down there and stretch you. He tried to get me to go a bunch, but I said, no, Stu. But he was such a good guy.
Was it difficult doing the big tours? That's what I've heard a lot, like the big tours, just the distance between each town.
Oh, no, it wasn't hard. You know, they had a big van, and we all piled in the van together, and we'd go from one show to the next show to the next show to the next show. But, you know, everybody got along, everybody. But now it was a ribbon territory. Everybody liked to play ribs. So you had to watch your P's and Q's because it was a ribbon territory.
So just a couple other places you traveled to, the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, I love Portland. I love Portland. Lynn Denton was the booker. What a great booker. He was a great guy. Ricky Santana was there. Me and Ricky teamed up together. Scotty the Body, who is Raven, and Raven was a great guy. He's very cerebral when it comes to wrestling. He knows all the ins and outs, and I learned a lot from him, a lot from Lynn Denton and Ricky Santana. That was constant learning from him. So it just got better and better as it went on. And then I left there and I come back to South Atlantic. And South Atlantic was great. You had Chris Chavis, which went to the WWF. You had Ken Shamrock. You had me. You had the best wrestler of all times, one of the best wrestlers of all time. You had Steamboat, Ricky Steamboat, and he was there. I mean, that territory had so much talent, and everybody picked from that, and everybody went in different directions, and it was a great time.
So you had if my notes are right here, you had a briefly with WWE in '88. Any memories on that?
They brought me up, did a few dark matches. I don't reckon I was their cup of tea, and I just went on back. We went independent route. Then I went to, oh golly, I was in Dallas, Texas, and I was flying in and out of there. I was their heavyweight champion, and that was a good territory. Sportatorium is an unbelievable place to wrestle. Okay. Thanks, brother. What's happening?
Firebreaker
I need to
Chip
stand on
talking
my
about
toes.
some of his
Everybody's
travels
taller
through
than
the
me.
territories as he's going over for a photo op real quick.
Everyone's probably
While we're
taller
doing
than
that,
you,
you
man.
see
You're
him
in good
signing the
shape.
8x10s.
Listen,
You
I
can
had a
get
heart attack 2 years
your
ago.
own personalized ink
and
by
they told me to
10
lose
over
weight.
on the website, NWALegends.com. Left side, we got Firebreaker Chip here till 4 o'clock.
That's a good
Free
motivator
shipping
right there.
It is,
domestically in
and
the
you
United
know
States
what?
will go
My
out
wife
this
said I
week.
want you around,
Get
so
your,
I
for your order here
dotted.
today as we are in Charlotte.
That is my biggest
Having
fear,
fun.
is with my
Firebreaker
wife
Chip
with a
taking
bunch
us a
of
stroll
kids.
down
Oh
memory
my
lane.
God.
I didn't take care of when I was still around, so
You're-
I just need to stay
what-
around longer for her.
That's what I did, and
Terrifying.
that's what I'm doing now.
Not fair to her, you know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
especially when you got one that takes care of you and loves you, you
Absolutely.
got to take care of them. I'll be glad to, brother. All right, come on. Holy cow, you got everybody on there, don't
Len Denton, we got
you? You got Lenny.
yeah, Reed, Yeti, Damian 666, the Shot Master, David Sullivan, Del Sierra, the assassin. We got gosh, I can't even think of Asian's down there, the Zodiac is down there. Dillinger from yesterday.
Yeah. Doug's a really nice guy.
Got the Great Mood over here. We got Missy here. We got Dennis Rodman right there. We got the Disciple right there. Norman Smiley, the Kiss Demon. We got Sonny Ono. We got Jushin Thunder Leg. This is my WCW.
Have you got Todd yet?
Todd here.
Champion.
I do have Todd champion. Todd's right here.
Oh.
I can have Robert Curtis Scott Steiner's face. I'm like, yes, I can.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
You tell me wherever you want me to put it. Okay, I will put. All right. You want Chip the Firebreaker or Curtis Thompson? All right. No. No, you're not. You're not at all, brother. You're not at all. Hey, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for remembering somebody. I appreciate it, man. Ah, it does. I was like, wow, I didn't know anybody would remember us. Golly, that's a shame. Ah, I was about 250 there, and I'm about 215 now. Yeah, well, I had a heart attack, so it definitely was. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming. What's up, brother? Okay, I can do her. Let's sit down here. Oh, okay. You give me the marker and I'll sign it. How about if I sign it down here? Okay. All right. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Where is it?
That was the White Angel. That was Puerto Rico. Yeah. You want it? You want me to sign it, Curtis Thompson? Okay. I had hair. Oh yeah. Now this is when I first started in the NWA for Jim Crockett Promotions. Holy cow! How did you get that? Damn, I had hair. This one or this? I'm gonna sign it, Curtis Thompson. Okay.
Bringing back memories for you.
Oh my God. You're pulling up pictures I haven't seen in ages. No, I don't. This is the first one. So hopefully there'll be more after. Oh, the U.S. mail. That's the U.S. mail. I do deliver. I love that gimmick right there. You want? How do you want me to sign this? What do you want? I'm Curtis Thompson, U.S. mail. Okay. I hadn't seen that in a long time. Huh?
Tell us.
This one here?
Yeah.
Me and this guy, we wrestled together for a few matches, and then he went his way and I went my way. But he is such a great guy. Now I carried this guy. Yeah, we went and did a big photo shoot. We'll probably get together again before we leave. And the last one. I wish I was that big again. I wish I was that age again too. 31. Now I'm 66 now. I'm old man now. Man, if you was a girl, I'd be kissing all over you. Oh, oh, thank you. I appreciate it, brother. I owe you.
As
Have a good brother.
Firebreaker Chip heads back over for another photo
Come on,
op.
guys.
Let's go.
Let's do it. And we're going to do it again here. Y'all hold it. We'll get this one too. I love this hat.
You can get your 8x10 personalized
forever.
over.
I'll get on this
A little
side.
sign
There,
for
you
you
hold it.
here. We're here till 4 o'clock. NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, free shipping in the United States. As he is over doing another photo op there, you can see it on the lower left-hand part of your screen. Firebreaker Chip.
Guys,
He said
no, I
this is
appreciate
his
it, guys.
first
I got
time
one
doing
photo
anything
for
like
you.
this.
I'll be
It's his
glad
first
to.
time meeting and greeting, and you can be a part of it too.
I like standing up better. I don't have black here.
Blue.
You come prepared. You're a Boy Scout. All right. There you go.
Thanks, Chip.
You give that to me? Thank you, brother. I know. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you. Y'all have a good. Yeah, come on. Yeah, brother. You said that thing right here. wait a minute. Wait. We gotta have something. Big deal.
Firebreaker Chip grabbing the helmet there. Get your 8x10 personalized. We'll personalize it. He'll sign it for you here with the personalization on the
Does that
website,
turn out okay?
NWALegends.com,
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the left-hand side.
Cool, thanks, man.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for remembering somebody old.
Yeah. Honey, you guys.
I really appreciate it, man.
My book over there.
Oh, you want me to sign this?
Yeah. You got blue?
Yeah.
How big is your autograph?
I can make it as big as you want it, or as small as you want it.
Can you fit it like in here?
Yeah, I can do that right there.
Oh, perfect.
How's that? No, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for remembering an old timer. Hey, how you doing? I can do her. How's that? No, I appreciate it. Did you get a picture? Okay. Well, hell, I ain't either. Yeah, me too. Well, you know, I had the same problem, and I was in Fort Lauderdale, me and my old girlfriend, and this guy and a gal walking down the beach, and he had his head shaved, and my same hairdo as you. And I said, man, I said, he looks good walking down the beach with that girl. And I said, should I shave my head? She said, yes. And I went, I don't shave my head. She said, y'all try. So I went back, didn't say a word to her. I went and got my razor and I started shaving. She come out and looked on his hair all over. Like, she said, what are you doing? I said, you told me it'd look okay. I've been that way ever since. Best thing I'd ever done. You get her one day. What's happening, brother? I'm doing good, man. How about you? Where'd you get that big old thing at?
Sign.
Where you? How about yeah? No, wherever you want it. Let's do it here. No, I appreciate it. Where'd you get that at? Let's do that. I can hold that right there.
This Chip is doing the photo op. You can get yours.
Hey, thank you. Who's birthday?
Tommy Wildfire.
Oh,
We're gonna get a piece of cake, okay?
yeah.
All
right,
Piece of cake with you.
All right, that's a deal. Hey, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chip. My friend. So while you're signing, talk while you're signing. So you saw that picture of U.S. mail. Talk about that.
You know, I come up with that idea. Ricky Santana and myself, when we were in Portland, Oregon, we were a tag team called the U.S. Mail.
Yep.
And then I left Portland, and he left to go some other place. I can't remember what territory he went, but I left to come back to Charlotte, to South Atlantic. And they said, well, I like the whole gimmick, the U.S. Mail. I thought, you know, the postman. And I liked it. So I did it here, and it just caught on. And I really I thought it was a WWE or a WCW idea, but neither one of them liked it. So Firebreaker Chip is what happened.
So right after U.S. Mail, you worked in the Carolinas with Robert Fuller.
Oh, Robert Fuller is the man. I like Robert. He was good. He had a great mind for the business. And they don't call him the Tennessee stud for nothing, but he is a stud. He's a great man, and I loved working for him. Well, we all wrestled each other. Wrestled Tatanka, who was Chris Chavis, and I can do her, brother. No, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Where was I?
Tonka.
Oh, Tatanka, Chris Chavis, and everybody. Steamboat was there. That territory had so much talent, and I just don't know how it didn't just take off. But it didn't take off, I reckon, because we were all kind of jumping ship, going to WCW, WWF, into UFC, and everybody was doing their own little thing. But that territory could have been unbelievable. It could have been the NWA like it was back in the beginning. But you got to make a living, so you got to go where the money's at.
So, like the WCW, how does that come about?
Well, I was at Steamboat's gym, and I was working out, and my mom called me, and so she said, you had some Magnum TA guy calling you from WCW in Atlanta, wants you to call him. And I'm like, what? And she told me it again. I left the gym right then. I went home to my house, and then I walked over to her house, and she had the number. So I called Magnum. Magnum called me. He said, hey, we got a thing we're pitching. Would you like to do it? I'm like, you better believe it. He said, well, you have a plane ticket waiting on you at the airport in your name. So I flew down to Atlanta. They picked me up at the airport, went in and did the pitch. And one thing led to another, and Patriots was started. Yes, sir.
Set that one right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You got these two for this gentleman right here.
What's happening, brother? Good. I wish I still looked like that. No, I appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
So, what was your first impression when you met Todd Champion?
Well, he's a big rascal. I was like, damn, I had to stand on my toes and put my fire helmet on even just to come to his shoulders. I'm like, that was a big rascal, but you know what? We're both after the same thing. He's a great worker. I had a ball with him. And it worked out phenomenal for both of us.
Did you know early on that there was chemistry there with you two?
Oh yeah. I mean, first time we ever in a ring together, it just flowed. It was like nothing. Like we've been tag team partners forever.
So,
and he's such a great guy.
So I'll throw out some different names here as we go here. So you feuded with the Freebirds.
Oh,
Where you won the U.S. Tag title.
yes.
Talk about that. Talk about that whole endeavor.
Well,
we're gonna sign while you talk.
Yeah, Michael Hayes. Those guys were unbelievable, and they hand-fed Todd and me. We had no idea that they were going to drop the belts to us. I mean, we walked in, and here we are. They said, they're dropping the belts to you guys. And we wrestled a few times before, but we had no idea that we would be the tag team champions because, you know, we just got really started. And those guys just led us to the promised land.
So so you didn't know ahead of time that you were going to win the belts?
No, we didn't know. No. Let me put it over there. Yeah, we didn't know. We didn't know we were going to win the belts.
When after they won, did they tell you how long? Or
No.
say,
No.
no, clue.
You're the tag team champions. Here we go. Yeah. And I was like, okay. It was a great run for Todd and I.
Yeah.
But it could have been a longer run if they had kept the Freebirds and us together and we had worked a long program out. It would have been better for Todd and better for me. But we come into the match and they said, you guys are going to be the tag team champions. And I'm like, what? Todd looked at me and I looked at Todd. I was like, okay. So here we go.
Fair enough. Feud after that, Steve Armstrong and Tracy Smothers.
Those guys were great. They didn't get enough credit. Those guys could work circles around everybody. They just didn't get enough credit. And I couldn't figure out why. I don't know if they made somebody mad or whatever it was. Those guys were great guys and they could really work.
Any towns or any matches in particular come out to memory on?
No, it all kind of flows together. It's just one after another after another. And then you're in a different town every day, a different airplane, different rental car. It just all kind of run together. Okay. 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 I don't mind. You want to chip the firebreaker on this?
Just firebreaker.
All right. Yes, sir. Okay. And you didn't sign all these? Holy cow.
He's got more than that too. That's why I was saying sign like while you're talking. Just sign while you're talking. I know it's a little hard.
It's hard for me to do two things at once.
I understand, sir. I understand. So, so you had the run as the tag team champions. You said you wish it would have been longer overall.
I wish we had worked up to it longer than all of a sudden just jumped into it. And you wanted to tuck off stop? Give it him, okay. But yeah, it was just, I just wish it wasn't rode on us all of a sudden and we could have built it and milked it for a long time. But, they were looking for something and I reckon Todd and I fit the bill for that at that moment. But it was, they took good care of us.
What happened what led to the end? What led to you leaving WCW?
They didn't renew our contracts. Couldn't figure out why. I'm like, me and Todd were both flabbergasted. Like, what? So they just didn't renew the contracts. I wish they had. We'd have been making some really, really big money.
So you left WCW. You did some indie stuff. So interesting fun fact I think we should get into is, so you actually did professional bodybuilding a little bit there.
Not
in
professional.
The 90s. No.
I won Mr. North Carolina
Okay.
in '98.
What prompted you to get into doing that?
Well, I was always a bodybuilder,
Yeah.
even all the way through high school.
Yeah.
I trained, and then went to college and really trained. And then, you had to be, for wrestling, you had to be in shape.
Yep.
Your body makes your money. So then I got out after wrestling. Then I always kept bodybuilding, and one thing led to another, and I was in really good shape. And I went, tried to get in, tried to be Mr. North Carolina. Lo and behold, I won my weight class, the heavyweight, and the overall. And I got lucky in 1998.
So now,
Okay. But it was fun. And you don't get hurt. Maybe you did a little hurt. I tore my bicep. You take a picture.
While Firebreaker Chip is over doing a photo op, you can get your signed 8x10
You want to hold
over
this?
on the website, NWALegends.com. We got Firebreaker
I'll
Chip
put it
here for
over
about
here.
another
How about
hour and
that?
15 minutes.
Thank you.
Hey, no, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for remembering somebody like me.
Well, yes, I never forget. I was a huge wrestling fan. I'm especially a fan of like 90s.
Yeah.
I don't follow it closely anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. Every time I watch it on TV and then I'll flip it off. But they do 100 high spots and get up and walk away. I don't know how they do it. I mean, there's no way. It's more acrobatics now than it was than working when we did. Yeah. Thanks for coming and take a picture.
Giving us this opportunity.
I'm lucky. I just got lucky. I appreciate it, brother. Oh, okay, yeah.
Eight by 10. It's the same marker.
As Todd? Okay. All right. Perfect. I can do it. Okay. Oh my gosh. I had hair back then. I have. I've got this one. I have this, but
I think this one is more rare.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I just got started. I think I had 2 or 3 matches when they took that, and I'm like, "Well, you guys taking pictures of me? I'm just starting." When they took that, I was like, "Okay, well, thank you." There's not many of those.
This one, do you think we will sign it there or there?
Wherever you want me to sign,
Okay.
I'll sign.
And you signed Curtis Thompson on the
I
card?
will.
Okay, awesome. So, if you have room, what I think they'll probably in rust on top or in white at the bottom.
You tell me whatever you want.
Same writing.
Yeah, white on top. Okay, we'll go with white on top.
All right.
Top.
All right.
Oh, that came out beautiful. And this one, do you have a black shirt? But I have one.
I do.
Where do you want this one to go? You want it to go across or wherever? You tell me.
As long as it's not on the.
I was going to mark it out.
It's the bottom.
All right. How's that? No, thank you.
Like, that's the promoter
Yeah.
of the show. That's for our list of people that we would want. And you're always on my list. I'm so happy you've been announced you.
I appreciate that, man. You know, when I got out, I just quit, you know, and then I talked to Todd, and we were just all, and then a phone call rang, Greg Price, he called and asked me if I'd come and do one, and I like, okay. Well, but I had to ask my wife. She said, you better go do it. She said, you haven't done anything. She said, go do it. I'm like, okay. And I'm so glad I have.
It's WCW.
Yeah.
So it's great to see you guys.
Listen, I greatly appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Have a good, brother. Nah.
Oh, you're signing. Had you ever thought about doing bodybuilding full time after WCW?
Well,
Staying
you know, when I got out of wrestling, I just got out of it. And then I started working out. And everybody was bodybuilding. And, you know, so I said I'd do a show. I did a Jantana, which is a nationwide. And I placed third in it. And it was a national qualifier. And I was mad because I didn't go to my potential. So, all right, then 2 weeks later, I entered Mr. North Carolina and won it. I had another 2 weeks of dieting, and I look much better. I look like them. I look like in a magazine. I'm good. I'm good. Hey, brother, what's happening? Let's get the belt in here.
Let's go.
While he's doing the photo op, still time to get your personalized signed
Been doing
8x10
okay?
signed by 5-breaker chip on the website,
Hey, brother.
NWALegends.com.
Thank you.
Left-hand side
No,
of the
I
page,
appreciate
free
it.
shipping.
I didn't know anybody ever remembered me.
I sure do, because I got 3 autographs I've been dying to get from you forever. These are 3 of the events you were on, and I've been waiting for you to come out to do something.
Well, let's sign them. Let's see. Where do you want it?
So Phil,
You tell me where you want it.
maybe just go across it, like over here.
I can do that. You. Holy cow.
Yeah. Wherever you can find a good spot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, maybe across here. Or this spot.
All right.
Can't go wrong. As you can see, everybody's all over the place. And then I got this one, and maybe down here on the bottom.
Yep.
NWALegends.com. Free shipping in the United States.
Halloween
Bought this
Havoc.
week.
Yeah.
I remember that, man. Holy cow.
You know, the funny thing is, I have my 11-year-old daughter here, and I was 11 when this happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I told her, you know, I was like, when I was your age, like, these are all the guys I love to watch.
Yeah,
so, and you're
it's
definitely
true.
one of them. And
Well,
I just want to tell you thank you. It's a
No,
pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for even remembering me.
Man, you're part of my childhood. It's
Uh,
like, you know, you live in my brain rent free. So
I appreciate it, brother.
hey, you take care of my guy.
Thanks, man. Hey.
Rocket Cup.
Yeah. Where do you want me to sign her at? Damn, that's Nelson Royal. I ain't seen Nelson's passed on, but that's who trained me. Nelson Royal and Gene Anderson. He was a great guy. At the end, you know, he kind of had dementia, but he was such a good. He was damn hard on us. Holy shit! Where do you want me to sign it
Across the chest.
at? Okay. How do you want me to sign it?
He signed it. Yeah. Jim Kim.
Did you give me? Okay, okay. Holy shit! Holy shit! I forgot about that. Holy cow! Hey, and he's the one. He's the one that started it all for me.
Gene.
Ligon. No, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Photograph.
All right, let's do one.
Got just about 1 hour left with Firebreaker Chip. And get your order for your
Wait,
8x10.
Oh, no, I ain't got
on
Mexican. No, I was gonna say,
NWALegends.com on the
we
left
do a
side.
chip.
Free shipping. If you are in the United States, it'll go out this week. We also have the FanFest
appreciate
DVD
that.
No, I
combo
appreciate
and
it,
the
bro. Thank you.
Mid-Atlantic turnbuckle available for you on the website.
Holy shit!
Seeing a lot of
What are
stuff.
they gonna do with all these?
Just sign.
Huh?
Just sign it. That's what I'm saying. As we're talking, if you want to just sign while we're talking, I know it's hard.
It's hard for me to concentrate.
No,
Listen,
I got you.
I've had so many concussions and so many. My brain.
Yeah, no, I got you.
It's hard.
I get you.
It's hard for where I forget stuff, and it's.
Fine. What do you remember about that program that you just
This?
signed? The program you just signed, that Crockett Cup one.
Oh my God. I'm like, I don't really remember that much about it because it was when I first started, and I reckon I don't know why they picked me and Gene Liggins, but I reckon they picked me because of Nelson Royal, because I could do everything in the ring as long as you told me. I couldn't put a match together, but if you called the match, I could do it all.
You're versatile.
Yeah, and so I think that's the real reason that they.
You could do anything that was asked of you.
Huh?
You could do anything that was asked of you.
Yes, yeah. I was blessed by being an athlete.
So after Mr. North Carolina, you had a short run in Smoky Mountain.
Yeah, I did.
Jim Cornette.
Yeah,
What do you remember?
you know, it was a really short run, but there wasn't enough money. I wasn't making enough money. I was married. I wasn't making enough money, so I had to. I loved wrestling for them, and I loved doing everything I had, but I wasn't making enough money to send money home. So that was why it was short-lived.
So throughout your career in those years, is there any moments or anything that stands out to you that was just
When WCW called, that was the moment that I realized that I was good enough to be in the big leagues. And I was like, wow, at least somebody has noticed. And listen, I've traveled everywhere and I put a lot of work in. But when Magnum called me, it was like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for validation. It was validation that I was a halfway decent worker. So that's what made it for me.
what was it like being in the locker room with those guys at that time? I was very good crew at that time. WCW.
Everybody loved everybody. I mean, you know, you had the skirmishes, you know, every now and then, but for the most part, everybody liked everybody, and everybody played jokes on everybody. But it was great. I mean, everybody got along.
Was it a big transition from doing the territories, those territory places, to going to television? Like, was there a learning curve going
Well,
to television?
We did television in Portland, did television in Calgary, and we did television in the South Atlantic. And but
Not like WCW.
no, there's nothing like that.
That's what I'm saying. Was there a learning curve transition to doing that to WCW? Like,
It was basically the same, except it was a little little more pressure on you, and you know, you had to be there at a certain time ahead of time, and it was a lot of pressure, but it was the pressure that you want.
you and train of thought. Did you and Todd travel together?
Yeah, he was a traveling partner. We were always. You didn't see Todd without seeing me, or didn't see me without seeing Todd.
Who was the driver?
I did sometimes, and then Todd did sometimes. It was kind of back and forth, but it was fun. It was, you know, it was always something going on.
Any town like become your favorite stop?
Charlotte, hometown, Charlotte. Yeah, it had to be Charlotte. I love Charlotte, but Charlotte. Oh yeah.
It's like Philadelphia.
Yep.
Nothing against being home.
It was always good to be home because you always had the hometown crowd there. All your fans were there.
To go through the like what,
No, they
what
didn't.
did you go through the day
No,
like?
they never smartened you up until for a while, and it was all kayfabe, but it was they beat the crap out of us. I mean, even the tryout was just hard, but but you got in the ring and they got in the ring and they showed you. Now, Nelson Roll was great. The Gene Anderson, he was the best of the best. He was so good to me. He liked me. I wrestled in high school and I wrestled in college, and he just liked that. So he knew I wrestled, and he just I don't know, he just took a liking to me. But he was great to me, and Nelson was great to me too.
He didn't make it any easier.
Huh?
He didn't make it any easier.
Oh no, Lord no. If it anything made it harder. But he wanted to see if you could take it. And if you could take it, if you could handle his stuff, then you can handle anything.
So describe for the audience what float around here a little bit. What a normal week was in Puerto Rico. Good week in Puerto Rico.
Good week. It was the same every week or every day. You wake up in the morning, I'd run to the gym, I'd train in the gym, I'd come back, I'd first you'd eat breakfast and then you go to the gym, and then you go eat lunch, and then you get in the car and you travel to a different town. And or you go lay in the sun every day, to keep you tan. And it was just, and then you'd walk, if you walked the streets, they'd stop their cars and yell at you because my name was the White Angel, Angel Blanco. Yep. And they was, Angel, and you wave at them, they'd get out, car, and you'd have to sign an autograph. But I loved Puerto Rico. It was probably the best territory that I've ever been in, but it was my first territory, so I'm kind of partial to it.
That and a good experience.
Yes, and they all took good care of me there. My tag team partner there was Chicky Star, and he taught me a lot. Chicky Star was a great guy.
So, glad.
Well, he taught me how to work a match, how to call a match, how to handle yourself in public, and you got to be nice to everybody because everybody, they either hate you or they love you. And when I went there, I was a heel, I was a bad guy, and then all of a sudden I took my mask off and turned babyface, and holy cow, that was you're doing commercials and you're singing in Spanish on TV. I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Were you after the Brody incident?
I was after, and I didn't know when I went. I didn't know that had already happened, and I was there for about, I don't know, a month or two, and Rufus R. Jones and Ricky Santana, we had a condo in Isla Verde, and they were talking, and I'm like, what happened? So then they told me what all happened. I'm like, holy cow.
Did it change how you maybe approach your business? I guess I'll tell you
Not
why.
really, because Rufus was my black dad. I mean,
Okay.
he really was. He told me the right way to do things and the wrong way to do things, and he said this is how you should do it. And I'm like, so I followed his logic my whole life wrestling, and he was a great guy.
There wasn't any times through that run in Puerto Rico where there was any questioning about, okay, like it could go south at any point?
No.
Like,
No,
they were happy?
yeah, they were really happy. They really took good care of me. I mean, they actually did. They were all minding their P's and Q's after that happened to Brody.
Was there any thought, like maybe after you left WCW, about going back there? Because they're still running to this day.
Are they really?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not Invader.
Yeah.
I think Savio runs
Yeah.
it. But still, like, you know what I mean? Was there any thought about that point, maybe reaching back out?
No.
You know?
Yeah, if I reached back out to go there, I wouldn't wrestle. I'd be going there to live. That's how much I like it.
So, what was the business like in Portland?
It was really nice. You know, Ricky Santana and I, we rented a condo together, and we rode to all the matches together. But you know, Portland was really nice. I mean, Gene Ligon was a great booker, you know, and he put everybody together. Oh, what is I cannot think of the Spanish guy's name. Al Madrid. Al Madrid taught me more in the ring of being a heel and I was a babyface than anything ever. Than anything that I have ever done. Al Madrid was awesome, and he explained stuff to you while you're in the ring, and he'd be, but he'd be talking to you, but he'd be looking at somewhere else. But he was a great guy.
Is that more from the psychology end?
Yeah.
Of why?
Oh yeah. Al Madrid was so cerebral. I mean, he was a great guy. He just knew how things worked and how people reacted to different things. He was a great guy. I loved him.
So it was Puerto Rico to Portland of just learning those little things.
Just learning the tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
And I worked with some great guys my whole career. I mean, everybody that I worked with they were all so much better than me, which made me rise to the occasion. So I was tickled to death, and they all, everybody took care of everybody.
So we talked about Calgary briefly. I know you had a short run there, but there's a name of a guy you worked with in your small run with the WWE. Bad News Allen, Bad News Brown.
Oh yeah, Bandit Brown. He's a nice guy. I liked him.
Yeah.
This guy, he's just a tough dude.
Was the work well known that did he know that you had gone through Calgary before that time?
I really don't know.
'Cause he was a Calgary mainstay before.
Oh yeah, he was the man. He was always good to me. I mean, he was just always good, period. But he had a good gimmick. He had a really good gimmick.
So, when you were in Calgary, was it? You didn't stay at the house, right?
No,
You guys were
no.
somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I lived in Larry Cameron, and he was the heavyweight champion, and me, and there was two other guys that wrestled, and I can't remember their names. That we all lived in a hotel that had suites, and it was right near the football stadium.
Still very hands-on with everything, or did Bruce?
There was more Bruce. And Bruce was a good dude. I like Bruce. Bruce was always good to me. Owen was great. You know, all those guys.
That was gonna be my next question because Owen probably would have been there.
Oh yeah.
Time-wise, right before he went to WWE. As well.
And you know, so was Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit was there. They had Beef Wellington there. I mean, that was a really fun territory, but it was really cliquish.
Makes sense. Did when
I got into clique because of Larry Cameron, because me and Larry was together, and we lived in that same hotel.
had you met Larry before that?
Never met him before. Larry was a great guy. I mean, he was a great guy.
Just in terms of just taking care, looking after to make sure everything was okay on the road. Like,
Just being a nice guy in general, because he lived right here, and one door down, it was my room. I mean, we seen each other every day.
6 months, 8 months at a time.
Yep.
You know, same people, same tours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Larry's a great guy. I loved him to death.
So how did the opportunity for that little short stint with WWF come about? Like, was that coming out because of the stuff from Calgary?
I really don't know. I don't have a clue how that. It just kind of fell in, and I was tickled.
And what impressions of the whole scene going in there, like once you got in there, because that was pre-WCW, so that probably would have been the first like big time television.
Too cutthroat.
Really?
Yeah, they were all cutthroat. Everybody cut everybody's throat. That I didn't like. I mean, you know what? I'm happy for you, but there was enough money for everybody to make money. I mean, everybody could make big money, but a certain few of people, they wanted to make all the money themselves. They didn't want to share the wealth between the rest of them. But, you know, I reckon that's part of life.
Was that experience kind of earlier? You talked about WCW being the moment, like the affirmation of that okay, they can play with the best of the best.
Yeah.
Did the small stint with WWE kind of set that in your head that okay, I can do this, and then WCW comes along, it's like yeah, I can really do this.
Yeah.
Like, did it?
I was just happy for the opportunity to show that I could do it, and I got lucky. I mean, there's 100 other guys that were just as good as me, and I just happened to be the one that they shed the light on. I was just thankful.
So I'm gonna flip around here because there's a name as in some of my notes here. You worked with this guy in South Atlantic. So when you came into Robert Fuller's stud stable, so you had a match against Fabian, otherwise known now as Buff Bag
Oh,
Talk about it.
golly. You know, it was real. Look how many people come through South Atlantic that ended up in WCW or ended in WWF or both places. I mean, it was just, I can't remember how it come about, but it was just really nice. I mean, you know, and you knew he was going to be a superstar. I mean, you always did. You can tell when you wrestle with somebody if they have the hang of it or if they don't have the hang. You know, he just had the hang of it. He was a great talent.
Stud stable with you during that time frame.
Chris Shamrock. I to be honest with you, I can't remember. I can't remember who all was in it.
This would have been. Positive. Said it earlier. The experience was kind of.
Robert knew how to run a match. Robert knew how to run a company. Robert was just pretty unbelievable. He could do it all. I don't understand why he wasn't the primary guy for WCW or WWF. As I couldn't figure out why he wasn't the booker at one of those places. Because Robert had great ideas, and we all, you got a good leader, you follow the lead.
Good ideas. Any of those ideas still stick out in your mind?
That's how he run a tight ship.
Okay.
He run a tight ship, but he didn't run a ship so tight that he choked you. He let everybody have, free will and free flow. But he put a rein if it went somewhere he didn't think it was going.
What were the big learning moments for you in your growth while you were with Robert and the stud stable?
Well, I had so many teachers before I got to Robert. But Robert was just a good guy, period. He was just a really nice, he was a nice man. He was a true friend to everybody. I mean, it's hard to be the boss and be everybody's friend, but he was. He was a good guy. I think Robert's living in Florida now.
Have you talked to him?
No, when I got out, this is the first time I've been back and seen all these guys. When I got out all the way.
So let's talk about that. Like, why now? Why is it? What like? Did you miss it? Like, or
I got tired of all the cutthroatness. There's a lot of cutthroat. I mean, there's money for all of us to make large amounts of money, but a certain few, they didn't want anybody else to make anything. But my contract ended and I got out. I was working in Dallas, Texas at the Sportatorium, and I was their heavyweight champion there. So I was flying in and out every weekend right after WCW. Yeah. I would fly in and out Dallas and I'd do their TVs for them. And then I'd fly back home the next day. I'd fly value jet. Yeah.
Talk about the sport.
This is the best place to ever wrestle because everybody can see everything. I mean, there's not a bad seat in the house.
It wasn't Fritz.
Who?
It wasn't Fritz that was running.
No. Herb. Huh? No, Herb McConaughey and the guy that owned a strip club. I cannot think of his name, but Herb and him were big buddies, and so he fronted the business.
Okay. Who else was down there with you at the time?
They had people from everywhere. I mean, it's a little crazy. You had oh golly, what was what was the name of that one guy? He was great. Herb and Brent were the tag team champions there, and listen, I'd fly in. Herb would pick me up at the airport, take me to the arena, take me back to the hotel, or I'd stay at his house. But it was really interesting. It was good. But they only had TV. They would run some house shows, some places. But primarily, all I would come in and do TV, and then I'd take out. Yeah.
So were you there for the fundraiser for Carey that they did for Carey in '93?
No.
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 So you were in that would have been what, '92 then?
Yeah.
'92, late '92.
Yeah. Oh.
So
I'm
Herb Kellner.
Huh?
Herb Kellner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great guy. Him and Brent were the tag team champions there.
Just doing some research. So the Sportatorium has so much notoriety, and from what you hear, it has such an aura to it because of what had been built up there over the years.
It was amazing. It was an honor to even wrestle in that place.
You think you may be one of the only people I've ever talked to that have ever been like that were in the '90s that were still there? That
Yeah.
actually did that.
I got lucky. I mean, I had a horseshoe up my hind end.
Uh-huh. Did you do the WCW event there?
No, never.
No.
No.
So we'll talk briefly. So you left WCW. You did some independence. You did some, I think, some independence with the NWA in the late '90s. Remember anything of that?
Not in the late 90s.
Not the late '90s. My notes here. So it would have been 35. Let's see here. Tag team with Drake Dawson called Triple.
Oh yeah, Triple X.
Yeah.
That was a really. They flew me and Drew up. Drew was a great worker, but they flew me and Drew up to WWE, and they liked us, and they asked us, said, listen, he said, hey, we want to get you guys to go on the road with us. We like what we see. We want to put you on the road with us. And Drew and I had both just signed a contract with the Pentagon to entertain the troops.
USO.
Well, it wasn't a USO.
Okay, something like that.
Yeah, it was similar to that. And so I told him, I said, listen, we're getting ready to leave next week to go on a world tour. And we entertained the troops all over the world. I did that the last 6 years of my career.
Okay.
So, and that was working for, what was his name? Slim Balcom.
Okay.
And he was a big adult entertainment guy in Charlotte. And so he's the one that owned all the bars. But his wife, Strawberry, and she could wrestle better than any guy I ever seen. She was great. He hired somebody to teach her how to work, and she was mine and Drew's valet.
Right.
And she was a great worker.
Like wrestling shows.
Yeah.
See what you went to, like all the FBOs and stuff.
The last tour I went was Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Korea, Japan, back to California, back to Texas, and back to Charlotte. We did a full circle of the globe. We might be gone a month or two, but it was great. It was such a good gig.
Was the money good?
For certain few, it was really good. and it was really good for me and Drew. I mean, it's okay.
What are you looking most fondly for all your years with wrestling? We get touring around the world. What is when you sit back now? Say you sit at home one, you start reminiscing on it. What comes to mind first?
WCW.
W?
Me and Todd winning the United States Tag Team belts. That's by far the best thing that ever happened to me in wrestling. I mean, and to meet everybody that I've met, I mean, we all know each other,
Yeah.
and it's like this thing here. This is so great to see all these people that that you haven't seen. Well, I haven't seen in 30 years, and it's really nice to come back and it's like, hey, like when I first walked in, Bagwell was sitting over there, and I seen him. I walked up and I said, hey, how you doing? I shook his hand, and he looked at me. He couldn't figure out who I was. I said, you don't know who I am, do you? And he looked at me for a second. He says, I'm sorry, but I know your face, but I don't know you. I said, it's Curtis Thompson. He went, fucking shit. And I mean, holy crap. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to cuss like that. But it said, he's like, I can't believe it. And that, that was, I was like, wow, he remembered, that he was a great guy. He was always good. I mean, we were all on that same level when we first got there.
Have you ever gone back and watched any of the matches or anything like that?
Nah.
No?
I got out of it. Yeah, I don't even watch it on TV now.
It's still exists.
Yeah. I just don't know. The wrestling nowadays and the wrestling back then, there's all high spots now and no storytelling. And that's what I don't like about it. I like the story. I'm the old school guy that wants to tell a story.
Where did you get the storytelling?
From everybody that I worked with. And to watch how people, you can see how they run a match, and they see how they call it, and to see how they, like you're in a ring with them, and they hit you or say they throw you out of the ring, and then they walk around the ring and they just, it's how they present themselves. It's just really great.
So when you were working the Freebirds, was there
Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin, I love them to death.
Was there for the story, or at least for the story you were trying to tell in that small
you always let the senior guy call the match, and they knew where they wanted to go with it, and we just followed them, and they took care of you. Jimmy Garvin and Michael Hayes are two of the best guys I have ever met. They're great wrestlers, great persons, great people all the way around. And, you just can't beat them. And they spoon-fed me and Todd. They took such good care of us. For them to even drop the belts to us was like, wow. Because Todd and I, we were not in their league when we first got there. I mean, for them to drop the belts to us, it was amazing.
Did you watch wrestling growing up?
No, not really. No.
So it just was happenstance by knowing Flair and them in the gym and all?
Yep, that's it. That's where I got, you seen them.
For them to try to get you into, for them.
Well, it wasn't nothing. We was at the juice bar. I was making them all drinks, smoothies. Tully asked me one day. He said, "Hey, you ever thought about wrestling?" I said, "No, man. I'm chasing too many broads and having a fun time." And he said, "Well, chase a whole lot more broads if you tried wrestling." I said, "No, that's you guys' gig. I'm bodybuilding and just having a good time." And then about 3 or 4 years later, went and tried out, made it, and then I walked into the dressing room and they were there, and they put a good word in for me, and the ball just kept on rolling from there.
Did they, since they went to bat for you, did they look out
Yes,
beginning?
yes. They took care. They took me to Dusty's office. Tully did, and he said, "Hey, Dusty, we like this kid. We want to take care of him." Dusty said, "Okay, we'll take care of him," and that was it. And they didn't beat me on TV. They put me in a tag team, and they'd usually beat the other guy, and they would teach me how to work in the ring and give me spots to do, and then they would always beat the
Was
other
that
guy.
the CBS TVs?
Yeah, yeah.
So did you really, was that your only interaction with Dusty at that point?
Yeah, yeah, basically that, because he's the booker. I was just happy to have a job. I was happy to be making some money, and I was tickled to death.
Because
Now that's a jacket.
while you were learning, was like Tully trying to like help along?
No. If I had any questions, I would go. I could ask him. If I was like, what do you think about this or how this is done and da 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 da. They would tell me. But, they, you're your own man, so you got to make your own decisions. But you wanted to run something by them. That was a smart thing to do.
Like it's very vouching for someone, especially when they have a name like that.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow. But they were always good to me. Flair and I went before NWA was sold to Ted Turner. They flew me to Atlanta and Flair to Atlanta, and we went into the studio, and they had a ring set up, and we did every move that was they were showing them how to do different moves, and Flair picked me to go down there and do that. I was in awe. I was like, wow. He picked me out of everybody that he knew.
Find out why?
No, I never found out why. He picked me to go down there and do the demo with him. Yeah, but I was a pretty good athlete.
Oh, you're working the mat. You're working the guy at that point.
Yeah, I was like, okay. We went down, and when they and Ted Turner, I reckon we did a good job. And Ted Turner balled.
Mm-hmm. It seems like Tully, and by extension, Flair.
Tully is a mat. Tully and Arn and Flair were amazing to me. They were just
had the unofficial stamp of approval.
I never really thought about it like that, but maybe you're right. Because they did take care of me, and if I had any questions, I could always ask them.
I mean,
Yeah.
You have arguably the top faction, in the business at that time.
Yeah, they looked out after me. They did. They were really good guys. They looked out after me.
So, when you went to WCW, was it kind of? I know Tully wasn't there. Rick wasn't, and then was.
Yeah.
Arn was.
Yeah.
Did that kind of carry over when you went
Well,
back with?
No, we were already, kind of established. But if you had anything that you really didn't ask about, or you could always go to Arn, and Arn was a great guy. I mean, was a great guy. He is a great guy.
So, what was it like working for Watts? For Bill Watts?
I never did.
Oh, he wasn't there in that late time frame. So it would have been 91.
Watts come in, and that's who shit canned everybody's contract.
That's right. So who was there before? Was it still Dusty?
Yeah.
Still Dusty into the early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, because he left WWE, came at that point. So was Dusty very hands-on in the creative with you guys, like heading the free stuff like that?
I don't know. That was behind the scenes stuff that I was just happy to have a job. Just whatever they said go do, I went and did it.
There's just more of the free birds just saying, hey, here's the direction.
Yeah. They'd lead, I'd follow. That's the way me and Todd did. And it worked out really well for us.
Yeah. Where the concept of the Patriots?
You know, I don't know where that come from, and I don't know who it come from, but I was told when they put me and Todd together that we were going to be the Special Forces, the Patriots,
Yes.
and they wanted a fireman, and they wanted a patriot, and so Todd was a military guy, and I was the firebreaker, and I was like, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
That when you went and did those, I'm gonna say USO for the sake of
Yeah,
like that. I know
Yeah.
it wasn't that much. Did that have did the Patriots kind of lead into like did that open the door because of it?
no, not at all, not at all. That was just, that was just me and Drew, just the company that we work for. There's a guy named Jeff Levy, and he's the one that got the contract with the Pentagon. And Jeff Levy worked for Slim Balkan, and and that was Strawberry's husband, and so they put Strawberry with me and Drew.
Monday morning quarterbacking. Anything you wish you would have done differently over the years? Obviously, some of this was not in your control.
I wish I'd have saved more money. I thought the money would never run out, but it did, And I went to work when I had double knee replacement, and I don't know what I was going to do, and a buddy of mine called me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm nursing my knee replacements." He said, "Well, what are you going to do after that?" I said, "I don't know. I'm going to have to find a job." He said, "Well, why don't you become a flight attendant?" I said, "A flight attendant?" I said, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "You're crazy, man." He said, "Listen, I just went to work for this company, JetBlue." And he said, "I think I can get you on if you want a job." So I was there, and I said, I thought about it for a little bit, and I called him back. I said, "Why not? Why can't I be a flight attendant?" And he said, "Let me call." He called a woman by the name of Teresa DeMarco. And then he called me back. He said, "Teresa's going to call you in about 10 minutes. He's going to do an interview with you over the phone." And I said, "Okay." And listen, I was about a half a bottle of vodka into watching TV because I was hurting so bad. And she called, and I'm talking to her on the phone. She said, "Hey, I understand that you'd like to, I've got your application right here." I went on the computer and filled it out. And she said, "I got it right here." She said, "How about coming up tomorrow and we'll do an interview?" She said, "I'll have you a plane ticket." And so I went, and I had my cane. I was walking with my cane. You got to go.
No. Someone's coming over the book. Just give me the Iggy.
So I went up, and he met me at the airplane. My buddy did, and went into the corporate office. I walked through the corporate office, and I meet everybody. But he told me, he said, "Bring some autograph pictures, because they all know you're coming up." So I brought autograph pictures, signed autographs to everybody in the building. And so Teresa called her assistant, come and got us, said, "Hey, Teresa wants to see you in our office." And I was like, "Okay." So I went in, and we're talking, and she said, "We're having a conversation like you and I are." And I said, "When are we going to do the interview?" She said, "You've been doing the interview since the day you walked in the front door."
Coming in.
Oh, we're coming over here?
Yeah, I didn't know you said.
Oh. What's happening, brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Doing okay, man?
Yeah.
Curtis.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. Oh, you want me to sign with this one?
This one. You do it right above the fire breaker chip.
I can do it, brother, right through here.
Curtis Thompson.
I can do it.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Amazing to see all the different things.
I like. I didn't know anybody would really remember me. I'm being honest. I was like, wow. I'm like,
The
it was amazing. It's amazing to me, but I mean, haven't done it in 30 years. I mean, well, yeah, 30 years.
almost 30.
And I'm like, holy cow.
Layouts.
Okay. Where'd you get all these?
Saved them for years.
Oh my God.
Yeah, these ones, Curtis Thompson.
I can do it. Where you want me to sign?
Yeah, right across the middle.
All right.
I'll pull them off there so you see it.
How about this?
Yeah, even if it's dark.
Okay.
You want white?
No, I'll get it on the next one.
Okay.
As Firebreaker chip is signing, we got about 20 minutes left here in the day. You can get your personalized 8x10 off the website, NWALegends.com
That
on the
one.
left-hand side.
There ain't
He'll
many
sign
of
it
them
for you
around.
right
Right,
here
they're hard
on
to
the
find.
stream. Free shipping within the continental United States will go out to you this week, along with the
That's-
Legends DVD
That's
set.
the very first year that I saw.
Yeah, probably 86 or 87.
Yeah, 86. 86 or 87. Yeah. Holy shit, I didn't know I was that old.
And the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle on NWALegends.com. Yeah, that card set was from 1988.
88.
Yeah, it's the only card set that I could ever release. So that has like things ripped apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that area.
He's one Firebreaker chip.
All right.
That's why we had it set up. This is on NWA.
There you go, brother. It's cool.
Some chairs. Chairs.
Chairs. Golly, I don't want to get hit with one no more.
Do you want to put your bag over here?
Just got. Well, that's better. No, I'm good.
Get it over.
I'll put it underneath this chair. Yeah.
About 20 minutes left for Firebreaker chip here.
Figure out.
Well, you tell me what colors you want, and I'll do it, brother.
Right across there.
All right.
And I'll pull them off so they don't smear.
All right.
The paint is really wet. Firebreaker chip.
All right.
These two. Awesome.
All right. All right. That's us walking through the curtain.
Yup.
Yeah.
Breaker chip.
All right.
And then change.
Closing in on the last 15 minutes here with Firebreaker Chip. You can get your personalized design 8x10 on the website, NWALegends.com. On the left-hand side, you'll see the options available. He'll sign it, personalize it for you right here on stream. You can also get the FanFest DVD combo, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all that available. Free shipping here in the United States. Go out this week. NWALegends.com.
Well, I've got the whole uniform. I've
got the
got,
whole uniform?
yeah, I've got the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's in my duffel bag downstairs. It's been in my basement in my duffel bag.
Yeah.
Well, right beside where my gym is.
Did you ever pull it out and just have it?
I pulled it out once I started going here, and I opened it up and zipped it out. All my tights and my fire pants, you know, the ones that pull off with, you know, with the zip Velcro, but I had the white angel mask, and
Really?
yeah, and I put it on, and I come upstairs, and my wife was laying on the couch, and I peeped over. I said, "Hey," she about shit in her drawers. Wherever you
Be
want.
tight.
All right, I can make it tight.
Firebreaker chip.
All right.
All right.
You tell me where.
Right across there.
I can do it. Tell you what. Tight.
You'll
Oh.
take a quick photo op.
All right, let's do it.
You can wear the.
Yeah. All right, we'll take them both out there.
All right. While Chip is doing the photo op, we are in the last 15 minutes here on the NWALegends.com live stream. Final opportunity to get your signed 8x10. Put one here on screen. To get
You want to hold the
signed
bell?
by
All right.
Firebreaker Chip.
Go right.
NWALegends.com on the left-hand side. free shipping domestically in the United States will go out to you this week. We got the 8x10s, the Legends Fan Fest DVD set, the Mid-Atlantic Turnbuckle, all available for you on NWALegends.com.
No problem, brother. Are we done? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm going to sign all of them. Yeah. Okay.
As you can see on the lower left-hand side of the screen.
I'm good to go. No problem, brother.
Could you put the hat on?
Yeah, I'll put it on.
Yeah, there it is. Wait, time out. Yeah,
There you go. Them look like my motorcycle shades.
yep. Yep.
All right.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Brother, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it very much.
Anytime,
You came
anytime.
all the way from Baltimore. Yep.
Well, brother, thanks for driving all the way from Baltimore or flying.
I drove, and thank you for coming up here.
No, I really appreciate it.
I like the rare names. You know,
This is the first one I've done.
yeah, like Anderson, Lex Luger, Barry Windham. He shows every single month.
Yeah,
I like the rare names like you.
yeah,
They don't come out that
yeah.
much.
This is my first one.
Right. Did we do the chairs yet?
Yes. No, we didn't do the chair. We did the
Oh, we did
cushions.
do the chairs yet.
We did the cushion.
Okay, we'll finish.
You know what? Them chairs. I hate them chairs. I hate them chairs. I've got so many. Look, this is what them chairs. That's what them chairs will do.
All right. Here. Chip, take the mic from you.
Oh yeah, bro.
I'm going to wrap up the live stream. We still got to sign some more. So guys, that'll do it for us here from the NWALegends.com live stream here in Charlotte. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we will see you next time. Have a good one, everybody.